Welcome back, everyone, to the Great Ace Chronicles, part 12, I think. Yes. And we have finally arrived at the trial. Let's see how it goes. What we at least know is that Chisato? Not Chisato. That my Judica assistant won't be with me this time, so I will be... Yes, Susato-san. We will be all on our own. Unlike usually, where we always had some help. So it's basically also the great final try for our Naruhodo-kun to show everyone what he's got. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Yeah, she went at 4 AM or something. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Oh, great! Well, so this trial will be very long. And they already tease us like that. Good old Bailey. Good morning, Gina. She all Tsuno already? I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. I think she's not too sure that we can do it. Where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in a fancy dress. Susato, or well, you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You argue with that, are you? Well, it's not like I have a choice. Hmm? I just noticed my microphone is really loud. I should have checked the stream. Well, I'll check later. Forgot about me if you like. Go and see off. Well, she's... No, it's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina? You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Yeah, I figured it's Iris. What is Wagahai doing here? Wagahai is the cat. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy? What a wag name. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What am I gonna do? Oh, that reminds me, I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo, Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Now, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Wait, what? Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. Oh, I won. Nice. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriers all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to port. Okay, that's a very bad news actually. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subdate this afternoon. So even if the rain train is delayed, it should be able to make it up for time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? So there's no bad news and there's not really good news either. I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. Yeah, I wish. I wish. And look, this try has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker Paris and pickup purse plunder. See? How didn't you like that? I'll let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runa? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in... Oh my god, please don't look at me like that. I'm getting nervous now. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? Not at all. It's like she was still here, yeah. Let's check out the paper. I can't check it out. Good luck, then, Runa. I do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. She will be my judicial assistant? I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, it's all about shows. Did they fix them alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hardy still hasn't come around yet. Well, we know the truth that Holmes is already awake and doing some secret mission or something. Ask a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment he has news. Alright. Mr. Sato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. Man, both my butts are not here. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina's innocent of his crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, Counsel for the Defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runa. Right, I'm screwed. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's a weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend... Beth. Actually, let's check the newspaper real quick. Nothing too suspicious here. Pawnbroker Paris picks up plunder. How awful for Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud Pickle protects planet post-trial. Perps? What? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Oh, that's very positive of you. There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mall? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh! Oh no, that's maybe what we're busy with Scotland Yard. But 10-year-old Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about the secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Well, that's bad. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's a question, isn't it? Come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder... Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Leaked stuff, huh? That makes things complicated. Ooh, 10 a.m. It's a reasonable time, I guess. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. It only was 2 months? And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to his erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet, today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGillard, who you defended against a Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work it out, thank you. Magnus McGillard. If I had known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wait, he ate us? Did you really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? A torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Was that direct solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? That would be pretty bad too. That's kind of racist. Is it racist? Is there a different word for it? No, it's racist, I think. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the jury welcomes the return of a so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. What's racist? Well, it seems like Van Zieks hates all Japanese. Or how he calls it, Nipponese. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Okay, let's see. There's kind of a faker, the maid again. I don't know who those 2 doctors are. Some secret communication woman and a military guy, I guess. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Oh yes, so he does hate Japanese people, huh? What did we ever do? Unless he was like friends with Watson or something and he got killed, well, in Japan. Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born and ready. Right. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. What is that? Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I see. An inventor? I don't understand. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Oh no, a surgery guy that maybe left something inside a body. Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. What? A feminist? Well, at least she hates both me and... Well, Van Siegsven? Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Why did you put a tourist in here? At least give me a British guy. Something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Random, yeah, very random. Really? Funny coincidence like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? From the 6 million? Randomly chosen? Well, this is totally rigged. So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Yeah, well, you're being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Siegs, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winniebank, his name is Pop, proprietor of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of a crime scene. Okay, we know this one. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that a bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in the near-instant death. Near-instant? Poor guy. Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard's coroner. The report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Yeah, what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in hate than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photographic as evidence, my lord. But if that's the case, it's also possible he was shot while he was on the ground, wasn't it? Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Alright. And now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of establishment where the incident occurred. This looks so funny. Look at Gina lying there. Looks like she's sitting. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept Atticus pawned hidden. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winniebank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Now that's bad. That's bad then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't it a grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lived in the son of the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands, man. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. Can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, he's already drinking, huh? My learned Nipponese friend. Why is he calling me still a friend? He hates me. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder, did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimony, the skirt's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Oh, you better be establishing the truth with me, Pt.12. He doesn't really hate you. Well, I guess that's why he calls me a friend. The Kurt will take the floor pan and firearm into the evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Pt.12. At once, my lord. I'm kinda screwed. Already. This isn't good, yeah. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. Yeah, I feel like Iris doesn't belong here. I worry about her getting hurt. I think that's because it has. Wow, he already cast aside his cape? Isn't it a bit early for that? Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winniebank on the 16th April of this year. Sure, I guess. Why not? Gregson? Witnesses, state your name and names and occupations of occurred. Name's Nash Skuikin. Occupation is Betty. Professional Betty. What is this? Mario and Luigi and Cheap? I don't know. Name's Ringo Skuikin. Occupation is same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skaken Brothers. What? Three? Where's the first one? Have fun? Fun? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you a lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we are going through? So old bruv, lost contact with him we have, so we're exploring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we came across you, a very spit of bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nat, he is. This very spit of him. So we decided there and then that what we was gonna do, we was gonna call ya Big Bro Suki. Suki? Come on, leave it out, you two. Suki Skaken? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Suki Gregson. No! That's not his name! I'm begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skaken brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? No way, not the Inspector! No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with his lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence. I have a feeling who the third brother is, or maybe who their master is. The blondie. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize a pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. He's standing on the box. He's even smaller. I think he's even smaller than Iris. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings. Well, they will naturally face trial in the very near future. Your lordship permissions, I would like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptic as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Who? Mr. and Mrs. Skaken, you will now testify before the court. the small guy, the purple one. He's standing on a box. Describe the witness. What? Describe the events of the night in question. What exactly you saw? Pt.12. Yeah, this guy, this one. He's standing on a box, so it's even smaller than he currently is. So I assume he's probably smaller than Iris. Cause the Skalken's never Skalken. Huh? Get out of it. They look nothing like the blondie though. He was walking down the street in the smallest hours and the gas door was ajar, you see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go, and it was. But once we got inside, God, blimey, lammy, you heard? A gunshot from a back room. We went to see what, but the door was locked from inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. That's what? Nice and quiet? You shot Sholmes? A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment, these miscreants entered the property, and even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with a crime scene in every detail. Well, that's not hard if they're in this thing. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. Isn't that weird? How can it be locked from the inside? When every day, the pawnbroker guy has to, Mr. Windybank has to, you know, lock it up and get inside again? There has to be a key. I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned at the silence moment by the blatant lies being told by that parent stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose the testimony for the pack of lies it is. They didn't do anything. Yeah, of course they didn't, huh? First of all, we should check all the stuff, though. Pop, Windybank, pawnbroker, time of death, 1 AM. Reporting party, me. Corona, Dr. Stevens. Single bullet wound, an upper half back of victim, no other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy find, instant death from a posterior-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Yes. Nothing too suspicious here, to be honest. Man, poor old Windybank. He didn't really deserve that. Nothing special about this so far. Let's check the bullets. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep his gun to hand on his shop counter. But only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Oh! What if Mr. Windybank was protecting Gina? That's actually a possibility. Well, let's press him for now. Oops. Press was LB. Is this... Front door with Winnie Banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Dingo? Yeah, I'd say so, right, Silky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in the town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Silky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. Yeah, that's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when the gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of a gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is poor conjecture. Oh, I need to change batteries. Yeah, my controller's not working. So... Perhaps it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Yeah, right. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. Was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. I can't deny that. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Dingo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. Right. Cause we're often presented so as whims of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. Huh? It wasn't a whim? It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah. There's no two ways about it. It was the sign that our long-hosted brother was inside. Long-lost brother was inside. Now that was the sign. They're not very good lies, are they? Oh, you can't deny it. It led us to a block what looks like just like our bro. I said, cut it out. Most ships are getting a chomping today. So what we know from that, either it's a full lie or they were really waiting for their brother to come. But once you got inside car, blimey, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Okay, sure. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bro? The firearm used to belong to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Yeah, shut up and seeks. Wonderful. I keep misclicking. Hmm. Yeah, so far I don't think I can do it like this. Let's go for whispers. Sure, go ahead. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulty progressing the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Yes, I know. Cause was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was behind the curtain all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh well, your turn to Rabbit Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. Well, we really are bad at lying. I suppose you'd have to say we end norm, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timidly gripped by fear while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Those are thieves! Why would they help? Of course they would run away! These gentlemen are of a latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend would see myself performing. Hello? Alright, tell me I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, Counsel. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and couldn't be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. What does that be? Kumori... Chirbi. You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was the Bedlam Sooners, weren't it? It was Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me loose locket. What? So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ate more than violence. Peace, love, and nibblers. We are not bludgers. We are, Nash. We are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets. What's Lucy lockets? So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come in again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And? Did you not fire a gun at that person? Stands alive, they fired a gun, you say? Believe me, Governor! You hadn't gotten telling us it was you in the doorway. Well, yeah, it was. The bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. Not the great Mr. Sholmes? I'd hear that actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of a crime scene. The suspicion countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle. As you say, Counsel. Why did yours two react? That was weird. The Kurt will hold this weapon as evidence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of a crime under scrutiny in this trial. I don't need evidence, because I was there! However, the rest of us in the courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left the Winniebanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded firearm in the pawnbroker shop that night? I guess the blood? You might as well say, though. There. The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying, then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Yep, this one. What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Winniebank's pawnbroker on the day of the incident. From the scene of crime, is it? Is that the bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winniebank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while this isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in their pawn shop that night. I wonder if Iris is also standing on a box. That would be funny. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van? He probably already knows about that. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Why? But you forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. What? Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Take it easy, right, Governor? You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Six knew that testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of our crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Six? As has been established at the point of arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes. When clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of a fatal shooting of a proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winbank at all. So that's it. They are missing like everything. That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a cut out, eh, fellas? Go in for it now, bro. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Yeah, where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me, don't give me a look. Where's the camera? I was wondering where it was. So the police took it. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea of being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Wow, that's quite a lot. 8 p.m. 8:30. 9. 9:30. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court of the plan of premises, the respective positions are here and here. Okay, yeah. You say these cameras produce a print every half an hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if I anticipate the thief conducting its activity in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses are currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Oh, that sucks. Hey, that's a bit of friar truck, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your tree spelling begin? Yeah, must have been just after 1. Right, bro? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? It's Gina! Oh no! Now I know why he has good cards on us. Let us examine the evidence. We are screwed. Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Gina, you could have, I don't know, told me that you were, I don't know, using his gun for fun? As the court can clearly see, Lady Luck is not on Gina's side. The accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quiet, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photograph and bring as evidence if you please, counsel. Why do you make it so difficult for me? Make it easier. 1 AM, huh? I don't believe it, Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winbank. I say, my lord? Hmm? Who's saying it? Wonder if I might put in the word. No, don't. Ah, I need to overturn it again. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a belly bullet to the knee in the bed of my 1880, don't you know? No, I don't. Decorate for it and all, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Colonels and men can never outshine my exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Oh, he's the juror number 1, this incompetent little fool. Why? Seriously, why? Who appointed him? Okay. Carry on the better of retirement, you see? The better of daily life, if you like. Right. And here I am now, leading with small squad and 6 men, all good and true. Right. And we all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Why would I miss him? There was nothing good about him. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Huh? Is that what we have to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes, that is the Garrett Scroton's position, sir. What? No, it's too late to make a judgment. Status report for the Kurt, man. On the double. Why? I hate you. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear, stop. No room for doubt, stop. Truth now undeniable, stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. You mean the brothers? In the witness stand? Don't tell me he's the third brother. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her learning on this matter. Announce your considered verdict to the court. I hate you all. I hate you. Wow. We just begun. Do I have to do this 3 times because you're all retarded? It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph, it must be the definite evidence that Gregson mentioned. Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. We're already used to it, huh? So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Great. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Why is he so red? Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Why are you like this? I just began and I already have to do this. All the evidence clearly points to the finger of the guilt at this young pickpocket teen. Well, he's right. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy irises promptly and rigorously eliminated. That doesn't say anything. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there will be a repercussion by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of vertigo to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Judge by head? Not by clothes? You're clearly not judging by head, though. These statements are completely useless, except the first one. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. Storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which has heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Yeah. Take it from a chap who's seen action on battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the belly trigger. Yeah, it's surprising she knows how to handle a gun, though. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Early's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. Yeah, kinda. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Wow! Judge! He's so objective. He still believes that, you know, he doesn't have an opinion that Gina is guilty, he's just, Currently it seems like bad for Gina, but there's still a possibility of other things to go somewhere. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to the situation we've yet to see. Yeah, agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Yes. This looks funny as well. Wait. Do you see how small the guy here is? Without his box? He probably reaches to the sword. He's probably as tall as the sword. That's kind of sad. Sure. You're Mr. Natsuma's landlord, Mr. Garrideb. Aren't you? Really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. He forgot me? Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? Yes, we did a lot bad things for you. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of Garrideb's house was the talk of the town after that business. Law just moved out and I couldn't get a belly soul to take up the tendencies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joanna yet. Betting now that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Worse. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he would pay more attention to the trial and less to the juror number 2. Juror number 2? Is he trying to... Polishing the bench, I see. Again. How going, detective? Pretty terrible. We are screwed. It's nice to see you again, Fox. How's it going for you? Mate's working is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpocketers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. Wow, that's mean. A little harsh, perhaps. Tears of the Rise. I need to remember what that was again. Is that the new one? Yeah, it's the new one. Oh, it only came out last month. That's very recent even. fun with that. I actually haven't played any Tales of it so far. Let me be plain. Sure. If it were up to me, all those black slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Sherlock Holmes? That's right, I like to keep abreast of his exploit by reading Rand's magazine between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. An honorary maid? As a detective? Mr. Sholmes, a maid? I actually can picture him in a maid's outfit, you know, uniform. It's really quite unforgivable. Got the scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. In minor detail indeed, we are all gutter scums as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of Earth. They should be swinged for shooting. This statement is useless. Well, whatever. Next one. Sure, what does that mean? What do you mean, look at the photographic in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? We look at the photograph print normally. It looks as though the pickpocket is about to shoot the victim, obviously. No, shut up! Hey, listen to him! There's no indication where the defender ever fired the gun. I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Okay, and this guy's not even paying attention. Seriously, how do they even choose the jurors? They're completely useless. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere on something like that. Ah, sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Yes, I can tell. Surgeon? That totally passed by me. What? How? Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science with real brains in the field. So what is that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I had finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did you surely not? Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself. Don't you worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. No, please don't, and don't tell me it's Sholmes. Oh, he's fine. We know he's fine, kinda. What is that? Drawing? Did you put a head on an anime character, or was the body drawn differently? So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way to put it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. No, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Yes, just talk, please. Sorry, radio transmissions? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East stop? Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mare's steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Oh, is she next to me while I'm here? I didn't know that. Well, where's she standing? Ah, but now we have an electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Wow. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. She's happy about it. But cables will soon become a thing of past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried out over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Well, she was right about that. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technology revolution. Stop. That too? And people say inventions like a stereoscope are the height of technology. What a piffle. Can't understand it. I really can't. We're just silly toys. Okay, sure. Pursue. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt you when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess? Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Kinda, yeah? Absolutely, I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease a man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Well, she's right about that. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Like what? I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibility? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Oh... Sure, maybe? How about... this, I guess? Correct on juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted. Just give me one more print and I'm amazed you all. Well, fuck. I don't have a print! Here, there you go. What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have peace in the Far East? Don't you know how stereoscopes work? Uno, what? Need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Yeah, I remember. You know, one for the left and one for the right. I don't have it. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue's in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Yeah, thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if you obtain another print at some point later in the trial, you can always show it to this young man then. He's happy about that, huh? I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get this thing back on track, shall we, Council? I'm pretty sure Van Six has one, but he didn't give one to me. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Oh my god, it's him! You're right! Duh, I believe there's such a rumor. Oh wait, wrong voice. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which globe fits? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You forgive me for having doubts. To be treated like witches criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skalken brothers? Duh, maybe they went inside a pawnbroker shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skalken brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes. It's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the word like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't show minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Yeah, I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince her of Gina's innocence. This guy is gone. Oh. Heh. You two have fun. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of a stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. Well, yeah. As the juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skalken brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot... They shot poor Mr. Shops in the abdomen, I understand. Oh my god, really? I beg you, please don't have a scalpel in your abdomen. Hey, let's examine this one. Because I forgot. So there's ammunition that's still loaded in 5 of his revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windy Bank's door. Oh, Iris, please calm down. Yikes. We are clearly different. Very different, yes. Okay, let's continue for now. Surely you're not going to tell the Kurt now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the Kurt you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Ah, here's word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? We said before we never done nothing. The truth is we shot detective. Duh. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like a criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said you never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate the crime scene myself. Wait, what? I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Bruno, easily. Sorry? The prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder? Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Genie and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor! 2-2, calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skakkum brothers entered the shop and summarily had the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these evidence were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brow's flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. But seems so, yes. What about the, other camera in the shop? That would be helpful. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial. The Russian man is on my side? Now that's something. Yay, we're done, Bruno. The lens is shifting. Yay. Oh, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these truths are saying is that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. My goodness, why is it always such a struggle? Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the byleaf to be filed as evidence. Never printed the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth, therefore I say not guilty verdict. I can't see a difference either. Well, I guess we should press him so we can do it. Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? Oh. This one. Oh. Alright, then. Juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well, then I would like you to demonstrate. Just give me one more and I'll amaze you all. Sure, please amaze me. Alright then, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and Winniebank's on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eyes images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in position of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, notice the shifts were deaf. Yeah. Wow, you remembered that, Naruto-kun? Wow, he's more smart than I thought. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between a certain object and two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Oh? Of course, now I see. What do you see? Ah, I think the younger has discovered the secret. I have, oh god. No. Please don't look at me like that. Can't you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Harley's camera, Runo. Go on. He was always smart. Well, yeah, he became a lawyer in like, I don't know, 4 months of studying, which is pretty crazy already. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Oh yes, you can see that straight away, but now try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, so you have to cross your eyes and then try to make up 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the curved pencil from each picture overlap in the middle. Okay. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? No. I didn't see anything. Let's pretend I saw it, yeah? Ark? What's going on with these 2 pictures? They sort of jump out at you. Yeah, I guess, yeah. The judge! Well, at least Van Six is using the machinery. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic here? Why the deuce do some of these things on the seem to jump out at you like What does that mean? Something missing, Raven? I think if you consider the basic principle of a stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. So they were slightly shifted. Basic principle of a stereoscope? As I said before, if you truly look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first it seems the objects on the count have moved at all between the 2 pictures. This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Oh yeah, you're right, now I see it. It's most obvious if you look at the paper here. It's sticking out on this side of the desk. But here it's clearly on the desk. So something must have happened there. Try harder. What? I see. Yes, there must have been. Okay, yeah. Not that we all look retarded. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. I'm the cross-eyed master? What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runa, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. But the position of some items of a counter appears to have shifted slightly on the interim. So that means... That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Stukers? Someone tampered? New information, stop! Not mentioned in the testimony so far, stop! Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Really? I have no idea, of course. I can tell you right away who's responsible for imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Yes, I can totally tell you, yeah. I guess the brothers? Uh-huh. He's the older one? They're really like Mario and Luigi, huh? Well, whatever. Let's try it. Was a witness is currently in the stand, the Skalkin brothers. Wait! This does not agree with what Brother said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to put dukes on from Lucy lockets. But phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands. Loose lockets is meaning pockets. Uh-huh, that means... They couldn't even take out their hands out of their pockets? But is this another lie? Is this what you're just saying? Yeah, kinda. Yes, I'm afraid so. No, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through her things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem as my learned friend indicated that that she was cursing Mr. Winbank to open the storeroom door, yes. In other words, Mr. Strutt's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop. Giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skalkin brothers have omitted the key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look for any further for wrongdoer here? Because the Skalkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pick purse. You only noticed now? And you call yourself a maid? No wonder Shops is a better maid than you. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more of that from that shady pair. Old man, why have you head? You need your head for your operations, you're a surgeon. Well, whatever, he's old. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playing things. You've seen the extraordinary potential firsthand. Oh, he just basically said stereoscopes are cool. Let's give innocent. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. Who's she even messaging? Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Yeah, there's probably part 2, 3, 4, and 5 or something. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with balance altered in the defendant's favor. Best surgeon ever. Is he okay? He took care of Sholmes, didn't he? Must have been pretty tiring considering it took several hours. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Thank you, Judge. You're the best. Seriously, he's the best. He's not biased at all. He just does his job properly. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come useful. Oh, thank goodness. Now I can do it myself. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. No. We'll use it a lot of times, probably. Lord Van Six. You will instruct the witnesses where the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I'm not sure if Lord Van Six has high expectations of me or doesn't have any expectations of me. I won myself another chance to probe that pair about the activities that night at last, and I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. Yeah, I have a feeling that those two are not the perpetrators. We are too no-name for that. And the blondie's still missing. He visited us in Winnie Banks too. To get that code. So he's a thief as well. Wait, I'm stupid. Why did I just press continue? Let me get something to drink. I'm a bit thirsty from all the talking and my drink is empty. So I'll just get something real quick. Well. That's part 2 now, right? By the way, Dino, while you're here, is my microphone too loud? I haven't checked. Because I know it's kind of funky lately, my microphone. Sometimes it's too quiet, sometimes it's too loud for no reason at all. Okay, I'm okay. Yes, let us resume. Proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Sure. Will do. We're kind of sweating now. Can fix that in the OBS. Yeah. I sadly cannot fix it easily in Discord. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Guff? I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Cool, blimey! This is going to be hard work. Basically, yeah. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windy Banks. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Come on, blimey. Yay. On the night in question, you rivet through the items on the victim's counter. Never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure it out? Oh my god. He confessed. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Yikes. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, girl. Where are ya? We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Sure. Peach all you want. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't ripping it up for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both jump and all, that stuff went flying. What? Lummy, it didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door would get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scabbed it straight into him in the black. What? Straight into him? In the black? What does it even mean? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winbank's countertop in the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right, it's more like we tied it up, yeah? Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot having first made their mess. Having first made good their mess? The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be coincident that these men showed up at Winniebank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets eye. I'm sure of it. Inspector, he's just standing there. And really doesn't want to be here. So you did knock a few things over, yeah? What else did you knock over? If that's the case, then why didn't you just testify to that defect in the first place? Well, you know, we weren't exactly squeaky clean, were we? We had, Nash, we had. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. You were up to no good, bro. What's that, Ringo? Me old China. What? Me old China? Me old land us in even more trouble. Oh, what does that even mean? Me old China. And in fact, now as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. No, it's not rotten luck, you just suck. That's the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. We more like we tidied the place up. Oh no, Van Six is not very happy about that. Sorry. Was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both drown and all that stuff went blind. Alright. So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. What shocked one of us that much? Yeah, but this backup nerd needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have waken up that bang. Big Brockbeer screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, candlestick and some skull, whatnot. I got tangled up in some marionette and what knocked over a picture frame and what knocked Skates on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly, then. What racket? Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a ladder like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse when all suddenly blam. Oh. Inspector, finally. You're contributing to this. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with scoundrels. That's not what I meant at all. No, something to add about your testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skarkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statements we gave even then told a slightly different story to what we are saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Mike that, you Mike that? Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, fellas? If I discover a witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to be against them. Whoa. Man, Judge, the judge is so cool. We got it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Oh my god, Van Six is also not happy. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable mind, sirs. He actually added sir in the end. Right, yeah, Gav. Okay. So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshots almost simultaneously? We did, Gav, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. That makes no sense. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winniebank? On the granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, not... well, it's the same granny, actually. It doesn't matter. So that would mean... that you both knew Mr. Winniebank and the sound of his voice? Oh, they fucked up. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah. We didn't know, Vegeta. Oh, I'm supposed to deny when it red block and all the fancy glubbers giving us the evil eye. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on my granny's life it is. On his granny's life, it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing a voice of a victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop's floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Well, yeah. Don't forget we tied up, look after, like good little boys anyway, the way I see it. The block old place was holding a gun, so we have... Huh? So you should have just fight instead of yelling at the girl. Huh? Now I'm confused. You saying that Mr. Winnibang had a gun in his hand? Oh yeah, you bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard Jesus say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like a meant it mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winnibag was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People said that to protect the articles in his keepings, he would readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Misguided? Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he would excuse the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!" And it was directly shot after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Boom. Kind of thing. That makes no sense though. If that was true, Virginia would have shot him from the front, not the back. Unless the bullet came through. Yes, a career in action very tragically missed. Might we have the sound of someone hitting the deck? Before everything went that quiet. After that, we done the slapdash job tidying up the place up. Lummy it didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door get us next. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went definitely quiet after that it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what's going on there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or the spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, don't like no lights. We had to cut an around before we knows anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... we'll really cut the mustard. No, you'll be in prison. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in the unconscious with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. Right? Stuck everything back where we found it, separate scarped straight into him in the back. Okay. Okay. Yes, where happened you fired a shot from your own gun? At Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nat, we was. Truth to be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when your lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental mate, miss. After that, we lagged it down the street, but apparently we looked like dodgy to the coppers or somewhat. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you had been handcuffed, the police found his revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it done it, eh? Wait. Put the gun down? The only gun Gina has is the one from Herlock Sholmes or Iris, whatever. If the pawnbroker also had a gun. This is getting confusing. Well, let's continue for now. Why should we believe that? Eh, what? Well, cause it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawn breaking Mr. Windybank. Correct? You've got it, mister! Down to a T! Oh my god, they look so happy. The judge is mostly just thinking currently. How interesting. So the Skulking brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank? Is that really true? I wonder. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I fear as well these brothers are still hiding something important. There's nothing more than a feeling though, I have no proof to support it. Well, things can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. Why is Iris so smart? Well, whatever. She's Watson's kid. Of course she's smart. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yes, I feel you. I feel you, Naruhodo. This makes no sense. Oh! Stop misclicking, please. I feel like I should present something here, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to present. If they had the gun, what gun did he use, huh? Wait, I'll try something. I'll try to see if I can present either the gun or the picture where she was holding the gun. This one, yeah. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gav. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from time of incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of firearm of any description. What? You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? I'm trying to find out the truth, Fanseeks. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. Well, geez, we could have... Could have been about to turn the tables on the guy, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid we won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. So this was wrong? Basically, I'm missing a step. What am I supposed to present then? Okay. Yeah. I can't use it. that's not the first thing I need to point out, then what else is? Okay. Okay, was it here? How difficult. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to contradict first. But I feel like it's not this. I guess this one. But that would make no sense either. I'll just try it. Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, I'll skip it. Ow. What is the first thing I need to contradict? A lot. I presented this, right? Yeah. This didn't work. This is probably wrong too. Yeah, it's wrong. I'm thinking too far ahead. What is the first thing I need to contradict? What are you stuck on? Finding the contradiction? We weren't different for nothing. Well, nothing is amiss, so I can't say that they stole something. We should have come on us and get us next. Couldn't have shot with Brown Rock. See, we never had a chance, did we? Am I supposed to present something here? It is possible, at least. There's a frame. Here. But I don't think that's it either. No, it's wrong. It's funny that there are different animations though for him failing. Oh. Maybe I need to press again? Maybe I'm missing something. Did you press everything? I'm pretty sure I pressed everything. Or we can try again. I'll just press enter. Okay, we already had this conversation. Yeah, we already established that too. I don't have anything to say against that, right? Yeah, there's no way. Lol. He really hates criminals, huh? See? They saw it. This is the most suspicious one. But when I presented the evidence, basically we said that the evidence is too early. And what I presented was this picture. Oh, you mean this one? Oh yeah. That's what I wanted to test next, actually. Ah. Probably because he was shot in the back, so it wouldn't make sense for her to shoot him. It sounds like he would shoot him from the front. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun? Is that correct? That's it, Gav. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet photographic evidence we obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Oh, so that's why I had to show this picture, huh? I see. What I wanted to say to me wasn't that I had the wrong contradiction, I had the wrong picture. I see. Okay, thank you, Dina. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that, right? There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Well, I will remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that Motuler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Ah! Kind of thing, yeah, right. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Okay? If a crime had taken place you've colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness. Are you sure, Counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates inconsistency as a witness portrayal of a victim's final moments? I guess his autopsy? Where is it? According to their testimony, a witness claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attack would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skalken. We sound like, you know, what is it? A married pair? But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeepers had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out? Oh no, Fenzig is not happy about it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. But on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite the testimony to the contrary, the Skalken brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, what the fuck? Did you... Wait a sec. Is Iris floating in the air? Witness. Explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, Uh-oh. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deep ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Haha, you're kinda... That's even more troublesome to hear from a Reaper. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! We blab now, you know what you will do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Oh. Bro, come on, the game's up. But you all have our guts for goddess. In case that hadn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will eventually come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? Yes. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourself fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Yeah, they could actually die from this. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and Eve the sight of relief when Rigiso showed is his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. When he flew at us like he was possessed, I thought he would add it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. He chucked you over the counter? Oh my god, Mr. Windybank is told to chat. Whoa. No wonder Holmes said that Windybanks is the safest place. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into a back room. And he never had... we never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us the moments But moments before victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we found ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, I see, Naruto. You're also excited to find out the truth, aren't you? Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright, so we just got inside the gap and leave the side. Oh, you're right, I already read that. When you say Gisa, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank? Well, sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gap, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom? Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. The only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when his brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Ginny had threatened Mr. Windybank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Oh god. Come on, leave her. Did you see the accused at the time? What? That multitude? Couldn't tell ya. No way, cover. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old cheater just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. When he flew at us, he was possessed. I thought we did it. You mentioned that Mr. Winbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windybank, wielding a gun at the time? Whatever, blimey lummy, a great ugly barrel I had. Pointed it straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with a gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gab, it is. Spot on. When all of a sudden he came to at us, he did. It was Balam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean... For an old geezer, that bloke was strong as Nox. He chucked me over the counter. This is such an amazing image to have of him. He was such a good guy. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. We knocked over a lot of books, counter stakes, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame what knocked up him scales on the floor. So in fact it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock these things off the counter. Well, big robbery weren't flying off the counter like a gunshot. I can tell ya, when the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. Wow! Windybank! What a man! At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from a pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. Track when the brothers fled the scene and back on the street. We ran straight into the arriving police, didn't we? Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect the shop. Oh man, yeah, I didn't know he was that courageous. He didn't seem that way at all. I put my gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. Oh, wait, I need to go back. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, you know... Look out for my bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storm when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and then he ran off through the door and shut himself in. What's something about that last remark? Something that doesn't seem quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winning ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him. With a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina literally used Mr. Winniebang's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winniebang's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, my point is me and my bro here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and my bro here. Never had nothing to do with killing. That's all what happened, I swear. We're kind of sweating, so I don't trust him. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Guff, nothing. Rochester went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it, was. From the inside. You know it was, because we tried to open it. Oh, you did? But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the store with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah, shut up at 6. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly been shot with anything? There could have been. I just don't know who. I don't have any evidence, so I'm a bit troubled. I think if I say yes, I need to show evidence, but I don't have evidence. So I'm fucked. There could have been. Mr. and Mr. Skulkum. Hey, what? What do I look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encounter the victim face to face that night, the course of his trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winniebang? And it is to believe that of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Really? You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom which was locked from the inside. Most of the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, huh? Maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible and new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time's for some clarity. I'm actually pretty glad when Cece has more patience for me now. In the first try, he just hated me. But it was pretty clear why, because McGill was a complete scumbag. And I was like, hey, I am Japanese and I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. Show the cardamom in this plan the answers to these questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. I guess here? The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question? No, he used learn friend. I think he used learn friend beforehand already. I have no idea where he is. I guess somewhere? Here? Still at the same point? Oh. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after the death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from the outside in the storeroom? Well, according to the Skarken brothers' earlier testimony. Yeah, you lagged it. If Mr. Windbank ran through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot him, the man in the back, once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? No? What did you say? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's corona, his blood stays where the bullet entered the body. On the right, stuck in trajectory. Oh, shot by someone shorter. Right. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. Would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if a bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered the body in an upward trajectory. Wow, what a man! He ran in and closed the door to ensure that Gina was safe. I think. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windbank. Man, Iris, you're so smart. What a good kid. I'll give you candy. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten, but the storm door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim that the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Oh. But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom. Is that so? Very well then, Counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario you just described, the defense assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? I guess it's Gina. She's the only possible person left who could do it. If he asked her to do it, then she would do it. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. It's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Maybe for safety, you idiot! Such action would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's a trick one, I bet, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, Counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Gina would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Are you all stupid? Of course you would lock the door if there's someone dangerous outside. Well, if I was Gina in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously! Everyone is just 5 years old, while 10 years old Iris was smart with all of us together. Why? Before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Stratt and Mr. Windbank were in the storeroom together. Now I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windbank must have heard that the intruder was breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in the moment? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winniebank. As soon as that thought struck Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life. But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't. You've got to believe us. I mean, come on. We've never shot no one. You shot Holmes? What do you mean? That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Scott and your brothers had every opportunity to have been true perpetrators of Mr. Winniebank's murder. This is too easy. What about Blondie? You said it wasn't a pickpocket you shot with Patrick after? Should have known it was those three brothers. Three? Inspector! Please, you need to disguise yourself after this. That was amazing, Luna. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last, so yeah. Well, I think you've done it. Surely we have to give a verdict of not... Now he's laughing, huh? An admirable thought, my learned friend. Yeah, what's this now about? He's laughing? You find this situation amusing, Lieutenant Six? I myself find the defense argument most persuasive. Please stop drinking. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your province in the Eastern Nation. Do they even have street performers? But such patently malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credible cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Six, might be an idea to explain the spell a conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw of my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Lack of evidence, I guess? Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed then. Oh yes, we're dumber than Iris. What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir? Have occurred how many bullets were found at the scene of crime? Two bullets? Correct. The first that which hit the victim in the back and ending slide. And the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. That's weird. I thought the bullet in the calendar is a different one. Indeed. The defense presents a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which conjured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winniebank, and the Skalkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself thought occurred only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if a single bullet that was fired from a brother's gun hit Mr. Holmes, it means Winniebank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Aye. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ugh. Why do you have to be so mean? There, look! Iris is floating in the air! Did you see that? Order! 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 Yeah. Why? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of his hollowed nectar into a public gallery. He already drank a whole bottle of wine. Lord Van Seeks. But this curtain needs to open its eyes. The accused Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Oh no, are you telling the lies now? The truth is the accused broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question with loathsome intent. I would too if I had to deal with that kind of defense lawyer. Lol. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. Yeah. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winniebank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Huh? What? The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winniebank, yeah, okay, yeah, totally malicious, of course. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which the scope would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit, but Kurt forgets the fact that it's peril. Well, that's... assuming. I think it would be prudent to take this music box into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament of the defendant's... What? Lord Van Seeks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Seeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Oh, Van Seeks, now I'm liking you. So you're going against the top, I like that. Inspector, I'm the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, Byleaf. The prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Really. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once and for all 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. It wasn't even 5 minutes! My lord? Oh no, not you again. You're useless. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, the truth to be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's fairly obvious to me and my man. There's only one thing for it. Oh no, part 2 incoming. No worries, guys. I'm expecting a part 3 anyways, so it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. If anyone's good, then it's Van Seeks at this street performery, to be honest. Aye. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line! I wrote that for Hurley! How dare you use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think you are finished yet. There's still more to this case when we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winnieback. That's beyond any doubt. Yes. Very well. We will proceed with a second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the jurors ready? He's not even questioning anymore that I'm doing the summation examination. I don't need to ask anymore. He already knows I will do it. Garried up squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright. Wait a second. I'm going to the toilet real quick. To the bathroom, yes. This time I won't forget to put up his text. Where is it even? There it is. Hey. Where? Yeah, I think you can read it here. Alright. You grabbing copy? Oh man. At least, thanks to Fanzeeks, McGillet's case is now up for question. And we'll tell everyone the whole truth. Let's put this away again. And continue with the fun. Once a rook, always a rook, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizen. You law-abiding? Didn't you fake this whole stuff with your wife being your maid suddenly? If only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and trusted. You don't need the stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look, it was a pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operating would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am what was his voice again? I am a ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings. There's nothing I can do not know about guns. Okay. Tell me more about guns, man. It would seem there's a little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. And when that fell apart like... Wait. Is that guy into mates? Oh no. After we shown that you're not attracted to your wife, you're not looking at the mate? Like that? He's in for a slap. Thanks, Dino. Why is he doing that? Well, anyways. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'll jolly well been what hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. Not fair, Iris. Prosecutor's being mean. Just because she's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Well, she's absolutely right. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. Yeah, I do hope the truth comes out. And seeks. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Ooh. Just because Mrs. Strutt has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder, is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they are a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong. And dangerous. Well, yes, Mike have a point there, I suppose. But let us look at the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort of through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown it before, are you referring to this? Exactly! Tried to swear it on only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that it was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Wait, what? Oh yes, of course. Mr. Schaumstead used his camera bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music disc he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays, well, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGillet's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it more in detail. Alright, let's do that. Yeah, shut up. Alright. Wait, it says Format gilded. We know there's blood on it. Oh, no, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small seal, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Haha! When it's my time to shine again, I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with this, Rudo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Okay, yeah, threw at me. It's green. The same as the calendar. Ho ho. Blondie, you're in for a run. No wonder you don't shut up here. The third brother. Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Finally. Pansies, I knew it. We're friends after all, right? Oh my god, that's a man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of his disc. That's a question I would love to know the answer to myself. That means someone wanted to give it to McGilded. But for what reason? Well, I know whose blood this belongs to. But in fact, there's like 3 bullets, but whatever. 1 bullet is in Winnie Banks, 1 bullet is in the calendar that shot probably Blondie, and 1 bullet is in Mr. Sholmes. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets fired, and the 2 guns that fired that have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Oh, that's logical, I suppose. Although... yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests are rather like with fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. There was another bullet somewhere of which we're unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position. Third bullet somewhere on the scene, could that be possible? I can prove it? I don't know if I can prove it. It might be too early to prove it, to be honest. Allow me to show me you and the 3rd bullet. Okay, sure, let's try that. No, I can't. Passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm going to take what does mean not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet. That helps your understanding of my last remark. Yes, I'm sorry. As of right now, I can't. Only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during the investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good man at Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. Mr. Bullet was cleaning his lordship's office, well... I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. I would assume that the surgeon that probably worked on Sholmes will tell us that he got the bullet out. And that's where the 3rd bullet will come from. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet would completely turn things around if there was one, wasn't there? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Maybe. Yeah, I know. So I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left and one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly! When you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this, oh god. So we have 2 bullets. I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find... But no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Yeah, it's a waste of time. Okay. You, please help me, I beg you. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. Huh? It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time you were operating on. What was this fellow's name now? Herlock? No, Herlock? No, Herlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was Herlock fellow. Why is he so angry? What? Your research that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques I make that. It was fairly major I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not too long after midnight, if I remember correctly. He said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet's still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in the photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and then exited his body lodged into the shop where the calendar was hanging by the door. How would that even be possible? How would you shoot to that it goes through your stomach and then it goes up into a calendar? That's like the height of my head. Oh well. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innard. Which is exactly what I said about slicing him up. And I'm still not the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? I guess Sholmes just took the bullet out himself for some reason. It's almost as much of a mystery as how this injury was put together. Where's the expert when you need one? What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and type it out to the entire word electronically. To the entire word? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of globe, stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves over life before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire up the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? Yes, tell me more about guns, mister. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. No, he's just visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Uh-huh. I've lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of, extreme violent blood baths, perhaps? Those extreme violent blood baths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know. I know mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, so we should bear it in mind. He's our man if he has a mystery about guns or bullets. Frantiques has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material and we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. I wonder if it's possible to pit the doctor and him so he can answer the question? The idea that all I do is pit jurors against... Oh, both two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistic expert! Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skyrim brothers. But since there was no sign of an accident wound in his back, he must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Verlin. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction reflects that is so clear troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. It was running away along mountain road and freezing cold. Jolly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. Very. My pursuer had hunting rifles and they were on dog sled. Whoa, on dog sled, that's cool. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. Yes. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. Oh my god, are you okay? And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. I could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how did you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. What? Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice, pierced my body. Made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to Mr. Disappearing Bullet. Huh? How would that even work for Sholmes? But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in the pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in the other country. Well, just an idea, but we might not be able to looking at exactly the same scenario here. No. Where exactly was he shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely why he was always wears a little pouch on his belt. Pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, the pouch. It's why he keeps 3 glass files of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Tom was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Oh, you have it, Lot 6? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have a pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been my safekeeping all along with other... Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. I see, so he was traumatized by McGillet, huh? Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Yeah, bring forth Mr. Sherlock Holmes' pouch. I see. One of them got destroyed, huh? So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes of the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around is scotch black. It's almost as if the fire exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from Skunk and Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass fire exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, was deflected into the wall of shop. If that's the case, a delightful complex aroma. If that's the case, the bullet got redirected and hit the blondie, probably my assumption. But how did we not notice him at all? Well, let's see for ourselves first. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at last. At least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent fact of this case remains unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. Duh. Thank you very much. Why are you thanking me too? Glad I could help. Due to his bearing on the conundrum just solved, the code was sequester with Scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't Scruffy. Well, it's Scruffy. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Wow. It got through, huh? Oh look, there's a hole over here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somewhere to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and Spot both took a beating, didn't they? That too? So different? Yeah, we got that. But there's another hole here. That's where it entered, huh? Oh, there it is. The bullet. This fire has been smashed into pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical that fire there, would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does, but they're also quite tricky to handle. Safely, at least, they're very dangerous. Oh, I'm sure that when this fire broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of a Sholmes in the future. The left is the danger zone. Hello, there's a bullet. Did you not see it? Hello? Maybe like this? It's really Scotch Patty just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Ah, that's how I see it. I see. Makes sense. Hello, third bullet. What? Where? Iris, look! Behind where the broken fire was, do you see it? Ah, that's... the Skulkin Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night. But exactly what the juror was talking about. A third bullet. It's time to press the juror again, I think. Yeah! I just took it out, just like that? Well, whatever. Just part of being... well... I should have took a beating. This is the bullet that was fired from Miss Skalkenbrow's gun on the night of incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. I guess what entered his body was glass, maybe? Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Well, he could have died, so he's pretty lucky. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Right. Now, let's go. Who was it? I fucked up. There you go. I can prove it! Finally, I can prove it! Took such a long time. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, Windybank's pawnbrokery. Another bullet was fired. Hold it. Did you not check it? What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? Well, why didn't you not check it? It was lodged inside Mr. Schaum's pouch. What? Ha, fancies. You lack in checking all the evidence. Or maybe the police, I'm not sure. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Schaum's waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skalkenbrows that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit his pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know that the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Schaum's. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skalken brothers. An examination of both guns have revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right, we now know that only on the night in question 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible consistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah, okay. Oh, finally, I hit him! How dramatic. Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Does that mean? As is my prerogative in this situation, will he maybe give another day for investigating? I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailey, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. You soldier, you're useless. Hey, Gregson. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of crime. What do you make of that? Make of what? Make a gov? I don't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Gobbly gov, gobbly, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never! The Skockin brothers work alone. You always said you're 3 people. Just the 2 of us, that's our trademark. How soon we forget Pusaki? Only 2 of the bullets are on the crime scene originate from a firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skockin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, but which I assume is Blondie, the guy in the super fancy suit and didn't like Gina. On that night at Winniebank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of his accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pixwell. Pixwell? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Oh, no worries, Fantiques. I assure you, there will probably be a 3rd one. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. Yikes. The Kurt must be shown hard evidence. Without this, fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands an answer on 2 accounts. First, they prove evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of a crime. And secondly, the identity of a spurious character. Skokkens are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Wait a second, I need to check something in the card record. You idiot! Didn't we check who was what? Oh wait, hold on. Well, counsel. I'm supposed to prove the existence of a succumbs and reveal that person's identity. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. Now, Blondie, we'll finally get you. You pay for making Gina the guilty one. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. Well, at least he's entertained by me. I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On that night in question and the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a 3rd intruder present at the scene? I want to say this, but I feel like that's not it. Or would the green blood make more sense? Whatever, let's try it. It's wrong. Yeah, I know it's wrong. Yeah. Well, he's right, but it's my favorite thing to do. Well, I think it takes a certain genius to give such a completely wrong answer personally. The kind of genius I could really do without. Time to think again. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the curd to river through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? This one? What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain? Green blood? Curious even for you. It's occurred to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention, stop! Not yet appeared in story, stop! It's this, you see, it doesn't have a name yet, though. This fucker sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made of it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in the flesh whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Book of blood and curtain, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of a victim, Mr. Winniebank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see the green color of his blood sign on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. No, hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winniebank was killed. Oh, jolly. You're an idiot, yes. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. But whose blood is it? Well, Skagenbras and the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the Kurt is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Whatever are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winniebank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbrokers into releasing this article into possession. Eggy, do you like him? Or do you just like that he's named after food? That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict. The man attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. Yeah. And he tried to wear the coat even though it didn't fit him. Right. The excessive posing, I almost forgot about those. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Miss Niebank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder cabinets. Yes, that's him, talking to Mr. Winningham that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skaken. Never seen the Gisa before in my life. On me live, give me on me live. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly. It appears our witnesses disagree with his search. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Japanese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of a alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. Agree. He must see the proof that clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. That's mean of you. This is the last piece of evidence. Literally, yes. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answers to the Courtroom Council? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon on the day in question, the defendant attempted to deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winniebanks. Which is when the aforementioned Agate Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. Have you actually tried Agate Benedict before? I haven't. How does it taste? This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. I was following this that a minor incident occurred. You've never had it before? Nope. I can't say that's something you find normally here in Germany. Being a music disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My sister and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. So it's called fogger gun now? Yes, and we added the result onto his portfolio. I say, it's green. It's actually the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Agate Benedict was in Winniebanks earlier in the day. As the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime at the same night. So where was someone else there? Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. Oh, interesting. I didn't know it was an American dish. Oh, it's an American dish? I didn't know that either. But maybe we should have known from the name Benedict. Yeah, if you like soft poached eggs, pretty good. I always thought Egg Benedict is something sweet. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense, that Mr. Agate Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can call it a fair to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. Northern Street Sabre. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, if I ever find Agate Benedict, I will try it. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of mechanism of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories of the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some sort. It's actually easy to make at home, but the hardest part is making the sauce. But it's a lot of eggs and lots of butter. Sounds like it makes you fat. And now you employ a chemical substance devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. It does, love. That's why you don't have to have it all. I see, Dino. I'll make sure to remember that. So, the bloodstain turned as a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn to the same color. Well... Why? And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a lot of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? Can't let them get away with this. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But But what other choices do I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? And in the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Man, Iris is so smart. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Oh my god, she's still good. Unbelievable. Mr. Schaum's partner is supposed to be reckoned with. Yeah, no wonder. She's a Watson. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. Sharpshooter? I guess you sniped them. After that shrewd pursuit of a situation from an entirely unexpected source. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. As a proud citizen of Her Majesty of Britain, I am sure you will come to a fair and just conclusion. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please. Oh-ho! Oh. Why the dog, though? Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. Huh? My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. Prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by pretended to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. No. I'm sorry, Lord Van Six, but the outcome of the summation exam cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ha ha ha. Deserved. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave him for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. What do? You knew it! Don't act like you didn't know. Just when I had managed to prove that man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. You? Juror number 5? What have you to say, madame? If possible, Inspector? Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? Good gracious! Thank you, communicator, you're useful! Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth? I wonder what would happen if it was Kazuma defending instead. To be honest, I think he would have been in a pickle too. But I think he would have managed to do it as well. Maybe a bit more smoother than Naruto. I'm a communications officer, Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Oh no. Mr. Benedict, you're in for a run. You have so many crimes in your hand. You will die. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. You should be into a communication station now, stop. Tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find that he has a respectable job day by day, where whatever gets up to at night. Well, he's not as respectable as you think, Iris, if you think about this article we saw this morning. Yeah, remember this? Secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Yes, I suppose that's why I thought something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within an hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangement with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witnesses arrive, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbroker on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:48 p.m. Man, the judge is so good. He's so unbiased. He just what he thinks. He abides to the law. He gives everyone enough time to make the argument, whether it's me or the prosecution. And he's everyone out if needed. How stressful. Alright, Cholmes, where's your conclusive evidence that I need to solve this case? Hello? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Still tsundere to me, huh? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her freaking cold shoulder now. I agree. Ginny! Yeah. Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? A photograph taken by Hurley's right-hand recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. I agree. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees this gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubt by now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Nope, I'm 100% sure you're innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Rhodos cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Yeah, seriously, you have nothing to lose right now. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner that night together at your place, right, Iris? Oh. When we all had to chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. And so I slipped out and went down the street to 2021, to Winniebank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. We're out of the Baskervilles. I don't know what's it about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Cholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why you lied Iris about sticking in luck with Winniebanks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winniebanks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that all of that was gonna kick off, did I? Yeah, that was an amazing coincidence. I struck the luck snuck inside. It was so dark. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit weak, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ugh. I nearly died, I did. And the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. That wasn't really not smart of you. Ah, you're the girl who was here in this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript app, you got it here? Did Chomps leave a load of papers with you? A story? Aww. Look at her being all shy like that. I beg your pardon? One of the best got something or the other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I would soon die when relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it, and what would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I wonder if Shelps really pawned it or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cope unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright? The manuscript. Shows weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Yes. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out and remained a bit of a job. The Scotland was arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Oh, what a good guy. Despite her being a pickpocket, he fulfilled her wish and protected her, because she's still a little kid. And with that, he took the gun out of me and Anne's and walked back out of it in the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like we got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... 2 shots? I see, Mr. Windybank shot him while the other guy shot Mr. Windybank. Is what I assume. I heard a couple of gunshots go off too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying down on the floor. I was right next to his storeroom door, so I slammed it and shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab Old Cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. Oh, and then she passed out. I felt funny mad all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cop might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? Oh, I see. That explains quite a lot. Let me think about it for a second. But that's amazing! Think about it. The 2 first broke in, and he flung them around first. And then... the 3rd guy took out his gun. Bashari putting the gun down, and he shot, and he also shot him. Oh. But how did he get hit in the back then? Like, how the fuck did that happen? Oh, well. We'll see. But yeah, what a traumatizing event for you. All I said was if I keep telling lies, that would make things even worse for me. Don't worry, alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong for a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Ha ha ha, I'm dead. But Cowpot was where in the afternoon? But I got Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. He was where? We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Yes, we finally have a picture. Thank you. Took so long and so much to inform you. Mr. Naraodo. Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Matt gated. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the Bogtrotter with them, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. So, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'll be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You'll be working to get another color off hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who had done it. Oh, Runa. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Kazuma! Ryonosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute and unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Man, the alternative reality where just Naruhodo... Wait, it wouldn't work. Kazuma and Naruto and Recur together would be so awesome, but it's not going to work. With Susato too. Since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and no good liar. You're not like Michaelis, I know that. Okay? That's right, you're a friend, Ginny. Iris, you know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! She's just undermining, overmining? Making my point more clear? Well, whatever. Mr. Naraodo, Aww, so now she's crying. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. So it took an hour for her to explain it to us, huh? Alright, no problem. I'll get you out of there. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew Just how hard it was to be a wet burden of another putting all their faith in you. Just that in my first case, I just defended myself because I was stupid. This is it at last, the final chapter of the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too. Partner? I have two partners now, well, I have Kazuma and Sherlock Holmes. Alright guys, let's go. We're going to rescue her. Eh? I heard we call this court to orders to resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Francisque, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena? What is that word? I will just check it now. But look at you now. What? Dictionary. Let's see. What does this mean? Subpoena. How do you say it even?
To subpoena.
Subpoena? Vorladung. Zeugenladung. Yeah, there's no way I would learn this word ever in my school time. It's a word you use in law. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heroine has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of a case heard by the court this morning. Subpoena. The glaring omission of a bird body in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemicals analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Ah. My lord, the subpoenaed witnesses has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. I expected it. Wow, he's still wearing that, huh? No, we're not 3 brothers, now we're 4 brothers. Thank you for complying with a court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. AG? Yeah, that's correct, I think. I think that's what was on the staff. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of a situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath. I totally didn't miss you. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Now I have to watch his poses all the time. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these fucks to break into the place on the night of a murder? I have no intention of admitting it to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. He says he's so extra. Well, yeah, he's the definition of extra. The extra bad guy, basically. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed in tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. My goodness, the words you use, I know what they roughly mean, but still, who would even use that? That's it? That's all you say? You don't even say what you're doing on the night in question? Okay. So, you deny the accusations completely, do you? I must say I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. By jolly. Oh, this is good! They'll be against him this way. Please continue, Mr. Extra. How long am I still expected to be detained here? If following the defense cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. And I shall be away in the time of our afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with a cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Agate Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruto, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. My goodness. He's French. No wonder he's so extra. Well, in truth is, in Europe in the past, almost every higher class country used French. Because French was like the first class or the, I don't know, upper class language. So every country had to learn French if they were noble or something. So no one he can talk French if he wants to be fancy. Why did you throw your head at me? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy head while we do. Yeah, that's basically the reason why French is seen as the fancy language all over the world, because it was the language of the nobles. Later on it was changed to English, the lingua franca. Not sure why. Probably because, I guess, because of America. I mean, all the British people went to America, spread the language. It was easier. Or maybe because English is more of a common folk language than French. Thankfully, it's English, not German or French. That would be terrible. Sure. What do you use it for? Tell me. Yes, we met in the very pawnbroking where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Well, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Agate Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... Ah. A witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He's going to be evasive, see, and I thought to not give anything away. It could be tricky. Yeah, I do. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No? I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Agate Benedict. Yes. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? Me, it was me, yes. The young lawyer, the bear in the black. This is a farce. Oh my god. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? I guess... needless to say. I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, sure. Where were you at around 1 in the morning of the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of his rapscallions. Are you able to prove that? Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of a crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. I see. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Why? A silent victory, Wigger, I see. Thanks. Yeah? Wait. If this is the blood, then I simply need to prove that he has a wound. It should have been shot through his shoulder or something. Blood was found at the scene of crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Schaum's chemical analysis has positively identifies the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can I be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Yes? Mr. Schaum's chemical... well... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Schaum's character anyway? Oh, I assumed all others would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Well, yeah. A great detective, you say? No, in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh? No, that's interesting. I didn't think they would react. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skalken? Eh, what? Me? No, the other one. No, the Mr. Skulk next to you. Right, I've had it up here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Why is he identifying as Mr. Skalken now? Grex, please, don't! Yes, I know, you're not big bruv, Skalsaki. Mr. Nash Skalken. Yeah. Call blimey, Governor, what you want? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with Kurt? Me thoughts? I don't know, I have none of them. Must have been him. Right, I can see that you guys have no thoughts at all in your brain. Mr. Nash Skalken, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. All this stuff, nothing. I was just thinking, well, he waves his arm around like that much more, it will open the wound again, that's all. Oh, thank you! What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So it was, well, you know, it was worrying for him. And... oh, well, bells. Oh, thank God, you guys are so retarded. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account for your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of a bullet hole, that person was likely to hit in the upper arm thereabouts. Perhaps you would allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Well, he's right about that. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing to do whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Play it like a fiddle. Huh? So you say, huh? Who are you trying to convince, buddy? Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. Easy. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Rex showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. I'm sorry, but that's really literally the same person. Who would... How could you even mistake something so fancy? And over the top and extra, I don't know. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied the fact. I merely entered that shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson? You're really going to protect him? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving a testimony about what happened? Oh, this is difficult. I need evidence, huh? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. Seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skalkin brothers. Yes, we have a key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the card record. Good idea, you never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Oh, I see. Can I use that again? I want to use it! Why can't I use it? Oh, now? Can I use it now? Yes. Just like her, you boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Oh my god, us boys, says the 10-year-old girl, yes. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Yes, can I use pictures, please? Yeah. You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start off, you see? And then when you look through the eyepiece, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. One thing is to get the right is the position of 2 prints. I don't care up there. Okay, wait, we already had that. So I can't put pictures in here? Oh. I'm sad. Guess I will leave it like that. I wanted to use it to compare the new picture. Where's he? Oh, I don't have a picture of him being in here? Oh, that sucks. Redemption of tickets should buy ticket box. This one shouldn't matter too much. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Purple. Blue. So this won't be able to help us either. I already know who this belongs to. I know there's nothing here. This doesn't matter right now. This doesn't matter right now. This should also not matter right now. This will not help me at all. This also not help me. I already know everything about these guns. Wouldn't that mean... Wait, no. Forget it. Nothing new. Okay, I think the guns won't have anything new to them. I already know this picture. And I know this picture. We already examined the blood, and we also already examined this. But I don't think we will get anything new. Wait, that's new text. Sorry, I didn't notice. So the lesson is if someone tries to grab music box disc from me, let go quickly. The lesson is don't snatch things, surely? Comic Gilded. Yes, yes, yes. I don't think anything of this hit him. Oh, I can't open it anymore. This is where the bullet was, but what happened to this hole? Something ripped great force. Huh. Correct. What could we present? Yes. 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 Nothing to do. I wonder if I can show the disc as evidence to show him that he had something to do with it. But we could try. Let's see what happens. Oh, it works. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Winniebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an aberration of the pump, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. Hundreds? The skirmish to acquire the disc, with thump of a person who tried to take it, suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc appears to be the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the form of the person in question must be the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officers to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood in this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from a defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I didn't attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Well, I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Right, you tried to get the box, I think. There's a note from this saying for McGillet, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused with that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to examine it, in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Right, mister. I need to check this again. Okay, nothing important. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later at the same night. Oh, you do, you do. Although you could have just purchased it. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGildet, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, and the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGildet and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. And now his reputation went more down the gutter. Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in a pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGildet himself gave instruction to deposit it at the Winniebanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winniebank's in order to get his hands on McGillet's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination phase, please. The disc. That's not in the same. Yeah, okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. Right. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have a little need to make use of services provided by the pawn brokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, in my haste, I clean forgot. The music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box discs. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my pension in that area. So the disc in question... It's a pre-production example. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Miss McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay. I'm not supposed to say anything to the first one. So you're saying that Mr. Strad lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Mr. Strad did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, that's what brought you to Winniebank's. To get your hand on Mr. McGilded's disc. I don't have evidence, stop it, Naruto-kun. My learned Nipponese friend is a veritable fond of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Yes, I remember that. Had you ever been to Winniebank's before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you notice that a pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the out of pick purse. But when I did, I headed to a pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. So you finally learned, huh? Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGill as evidence. Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Grant made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. Stop and leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGill's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGill, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? Sus? Yeah, it's sus. I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we are not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Interesting. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he's at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Oh, you do. You do. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the folk. No, that's not it, you idiot. No, not at all. Oh. A value was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article in the shop was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. No, you idiot! It's with the police! Had you broken into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGill's disc? Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was nobody in the shop that night when I had. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there's nothing of McGill's left in the shop at night. Nothing that this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. No, it's not. No, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Oh my god, Iris, you're so dark. McGill had slipped the disc into his pocket and had it deposited at Winniebank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, but witnesses lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGill as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking this into custody that day. But Gregsy's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Alright, I will take the last one. Oh, my points resetted. Do you see that? It's 5 again. I had 4 before. But I guess for every chapter it resets. Yeah, it is. The reason why you would maybe go in was probably music box that you need to play this little disc. And it's also at Winniebank's. But man, Winniebank was really reliable if Magnus McGill went to him. This disc was deposited at Winniebank's on Magnus McGillis' instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Oh no, Francis, that's not how it is. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGill had another article in pawn at Winniebank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh, now you're sweating. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGill in Winniebank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices with Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a good solid argument. So that means for some reason... This Creighton fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Francis? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winniebank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. But yeah, obviously, because he didn't manage to take it, he fought against Winniebanks. How would he take it? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. So they take the cameras. That's okay, but using that blood test from the same person, from the person that made it too, that's not okay. How does that make sense? Here these red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. Finally, I get the second camera. One was set to capture the counter where Winniebank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Miss McGill's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 PM on the 15th April. Oh! The blue box. Of the red box? We are both pretty... eyeable. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. I can't see the difference. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Well, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from a pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's surgeon is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Aua! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he had stolen Miss Gale's pawn box. Oh, he didn't manage to. Oh my god. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking... I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, and the lack of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Well, I think he's right. That nothing was stolen? I don't know. Can I do it? I don't know, beforehand maybe? Please? I don't think I can use it. Maybe I should just submit evidence, because I don't think this something will help me here. I'll just submit evidence, whatever. Before I give my answer, my lord, I would like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from a court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Yeah, this one. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh yes! You've caught the bug at last! You can't resist, can you? Well, I have no choice, rather. You got the cross-eyed compulsion. No. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Alright, what do we see? There we go, now we look through the eyepiece. What is that? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Wow, what could it be? Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Huh, good question, huh? Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh yeah. It's pretty obvious now when I look at it, when I know about it. That's what I remember. Weird, I don't remember seeing that thing though. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of a small box. Lol. To see Pt. 6 doing this. It's so funny. Let me wait. Unbelievable. No, Judge, please use this thing. Why is Pt. 6 using that? We're trying to look for the music at the store. I remember when we kept investigating, yeah. I thought we could find it beforehand, but we couldn't. So I guess this is now the moment. By Jove, you're right, how extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillicud's small box was indeed not stolen from Winniebank's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact? Yes, the very small box I just identified was photographic prints. Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply, and that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, Miss McGildered's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Get the box here, I guess? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winniebags as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this case. Overturned, Van Six. Recurred does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Six. By leave, arrange for an officer to go Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Wait, my mom just came home. I'll be back in a bit. Gotta greet her. Correct. I'm back. We should have a report within half an hour. Wait, what did we even check? Alright, the box. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is... Wait. I forgot to put the FK away. There you go. Now we can continue. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Pointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Pt.12. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Well, it's actually a specialty. What are you trying to say? My learned... Oh, thanks, Dino. My learned Nipponese... My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. But this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGill from a pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place of the purpose of stealing is such a commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles of his upstanding member of society pawn were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happens to have a music box and a disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if a man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Oh my god, he's still looking at the maid. Not to a gold well, goodness knows it was rich enough. But you can't deposit the cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of it. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Why? I think you're pretty rich too, Pt.12. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by these fine citizens could have. Well, counter, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Probably. Are you able to show proof that the disc of a box in any tangible way relates to this case? Oh, that's a good question. Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that we're related, don't we? We're both pieces of evidence. Of course, and you and I both know that. We know McGill's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGill's acquitted 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Pt.12 knows? Is what he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? Isn't that pretty crazy then? But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Correct. The exact significance of the things that McGill deposited with Mr. Windybanks. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? You gotta pursue the truth. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, Counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of McGillard's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winniebags by Mr. McGillard, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. Yes, I have. Lord Pt.12, would you care to explain the last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of a current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of defendant Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. My goodness. He doesn't have his hat, but he still did that. May I show you bid you good day? No, you're not supposed to go. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Hurry, Regina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Yes, good luck to me. Oh no, she's all Tsum. The articles that Mr. McGillard had deposited in Winniebank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case of the trial which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGillard. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in the trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage. Mr. McGillard. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGillard died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you taught us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the facts. You have little credibility to lose. He's right. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Come on, please trust me. Alright, then. I'll talk. Yes! It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. You're right. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGillis pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus, perhaps secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity so lacking in your original statements. Isn't it, man? Everything's going to come out. Like Van Sieg said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Alright, please be good. The truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the old omnibus the whole time. And the Irishman dragged me out of under the seat. I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a screamer over me. Ed, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slobs. That's when McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I had seen or heard. Okay, that's the truth. Wow, that was straightforward. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGill's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived Miss Kerr in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done with Curtin 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. You're wrong, Velot, yeah? Mr. Naruto, the lawyer bear, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Here he stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences I deem appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGill's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Oh, how nice of you, Van Sieg. Words fail me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto? Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Although... Now, counsel, proceed with a cross-examination. Well, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to contradict here, but yeah. I'll be back. Okay. Please go into more detail. You were hiding in that cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of those seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black in there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was so passionate, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear it too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. We kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, we got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly had dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was plumb and loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to a cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. But with the disc and all, I was that scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I would get stuck with that knife too. Oh. Then he started asking me loaded questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened, the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise. Rap? There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. The two I've accused for murder. I also been looking down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. And they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back and under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves on the roof ran off to fetch the slobs. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGill, the driver, and you stood at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGill and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Oh, I can now also show them that the mantle belongs to McGill. Oh, that's good. That pawn shop obviously being Winnie Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroking slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord McSeeks. McGill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do it, I remember thinking that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth when Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running up at the lick. Then the box trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Drax's cabin. Threaten you? How exactly? Told me I would only be able to scalp if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And that's one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never... Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me off me before 2 months passed. I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep in luck, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some of brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposited Winnie bags was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I left before the coppers showed up. She said with her whole truth. Hold on, Gina, it can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She just really put her faith in you, Bruno? Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once this trial's over. So need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press on every statement. I already did that. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they are having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. What am I supposed to do now? There's no contradiction. She's telling the truth. What am I supposed to do here? Huh? Am I supposed to show some evidence to undermine her statements or something? I don't know, let's try it. I don't know. No, this is wrong. No, there's nothing wrong, you idiot. You're the wrong one. I guess maybe I have to press a certain statement again so they stop talking. How can I get them to talk? What am I supposed to do? I don't have an objection. What am I supposed to do here? She's telling the truth. Maybe I'm just supposed to, you know, press everything. Just like Iris said. So far I've pressed 2 out of 5 statements, but... I'll just press everything and see what happens. Sometimes, after the first round, you need to press again on a certain statement to get something new out of it, but I just don't have no idea which one it is. I got this one. I didn't get that one. This is wrong too, huh? What? Okay, we need to... God damn it, this is also wrong. Yeah, that's garbage. So I need to present something, I just don't know what. This shouldn't matter either. Wait. Maybe I should show this instead? No. This is also wrong. What am I supposed to do? I know about brick meta. This doesn't say anything. And all the other stuff has nothing to do with it. Welcome back, Dino. I'm currently stuck. How unsurprising, right? I pressed every statement. Oh! I'm currently listening to Gina's confession. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I pressed everything and I have no idea. She doesn't have a contradiction, I think. Huh. Look around. Oh, so I also need to look around when there's no exclamation mark? Yeah, well, that's troublesome. Let's try to press her. But what am I supposed to do from this? Like this? Oh, I can do that? I didn't know that. Is there something you would like to share with Kurt, Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Wow, you got a heart attack. Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. I thought for certain it was a statement you had to do it on. Oh, really? Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? What with this fella? Prove you one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncuffed detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Whoa. So police is corrupt, huh? Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters didn't run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilder took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, this disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilder's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right out of this trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking I had no crime. Mr. Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of his disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. I'm thinking that no crime. My lord? The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for Kurt's inspection, sir. Finally! Why does she look so scared? Look at Iris floating again, by the way. Maybe she's holding herself on the desk the entire time. That would be something. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilder 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Yes, I have the same opinion, Naruto-kun. Well, alright, I'll take this break to go for a bathroom break again. See you in a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Oh. Which part are we now? Part 4, part 5 of his trial. Welcome back. Thank you, Dino. So this is the article in question, is it? I really wonder what the music disc is about. I assume it has something... Wait. Something to do with this communication... Wait, what? With something secret being leaked to foreign agencies? But I'm not sure what it could be, really. The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winniebank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. I wonder if this has some kind of secret message, but it's a, music device. Maybe it's a code then. If it has a code, then the Blondie, Eggert, Benedict... No, that's not his name. What is his name? His name is... Ashley Graydon could communicate to the foreign enemies, whatever the code is. But that would mean Mr. McGill was even worse of a person than I thought. Oh, Ashley Graydon. Actually has a pretty female name. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Ah, what a cutie. What is that? How does that work? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Graydon isn't happy about that. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device of a playlist of this disc, my lord. So, here we have a means to play back Mr. McGill's disc, deposited at Winniebank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGill's disc. It was the disc of his victim on the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickman was trying to sell his music disc to Mr. McGill? I believe the answer will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. What? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil up the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit a murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police's purpose. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some invested interest here. But it's policy of his prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Lol. Even his fish and chips is falling out. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Now, let's go. What is it? What on earth? That's not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. It's not broken, you dumbass. Miss Communicator, your friend, can easily decipher that, is what I assume. It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if an officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Now that's mean. Well, with much regret, I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Yeah, I think saddest dreaming monster in the world. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... Is it? Could this music emanating from a music box possibly be a new clue? Yes. It is. It's secret code. It's a message. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there trotting victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the sound of a defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh, sure. I can't do, you know, what was it? Morse code, so I have no idea what it is. Or what it says. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's the music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lens here. I must be. Hehe, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. That's the show's way. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what we are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Japanese friend. Well, sure, I can. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed arguments. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. You've got me, I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Thank you, Iris. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Wait, it can only play a single sound? That's amazing. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Exactly. Well, it's not a few hours, maybe. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence, what we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointed to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright, man. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... Well, it's... Where's it? Here. Could I check it again? I'm not sure if this is the evidence. It's not that one. Oh, it's that one? Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you would look at a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir? Whatever, you weren't even listening. Whatever's the matter? You told the Kurt before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications newspaper reports? Oh yes, you're not your run-of-the-mile communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you have it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains a stolen government secret in Morse code? Order! Order, please everyone, order! But this is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? That sort of words I would half expect you to know. He probably just knows the Russian version. For sovereign government confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was a very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Nice voice, which one? But in the end, McGill perished and the all-important display unclaimed in that pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if it were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGildad would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? The legendary guy. I already forgot his voice. I can't remember them for my life at all. You think I've been stealing the government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. Yeah. So in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Why is he objecting? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh, Van Zieks is finally on my side. We finally got to the point where he wanted us to be. The prosecution demands a witness to testifies response to the accusations brought by the defense. They liked it, I'm sure. Oh, that's surprising. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of pawnbroker Mr. Winniebank. That being a most flagrant offense for which the law of his land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of the high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Who was that? I forgot that they even existed. You gotta have us let our rabbit and talk here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Schnell. Name's Neskak. Occupational professional vet. I can't take him serious anymore. Name's Stringelskak and beyond. Bet is enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Free Skaken Brothers. Right. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Eh. Why did we even talk at all? There wasn't even no significance to this currently. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like we told us to. Why are we talking? If we had known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, we're angry at Graydon? Your hair, your lord? My lord? Mr. and Mrs. Scarton. Wait, Mr. and Mr. Scarton, I mean. What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three and in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? Well, it's kind of weird to call them Mr. and Mr. We did, Gov, we did! Wait, what? They traded them? That's amazing! They're actually useful! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court recordings record as evidence. This took a while. What is even happening currently? Well, I'll check it first. See how the McGill disc sits in the music of the man deposited in winning bags. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no questions, man. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that the sound that proves are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. There's more. Okay. This was lever. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement, it's... Oh god, all the voices are totally broken now. Yes, the movement, it's all thanks... Oh, wait. Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay, What is that? A button? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the button of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Oh, it's another music box. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another to play on this backside? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They are linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. I see, so we're missing the second disc. So that's what it is. Graydon was talking about a second disc, but we didn't have it. But where was it then? Is it with a victim? Would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. Becomes becomes Tifa all the same. My voice is totally dying. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of a Tifa of the two comps isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box can only play two tones. Intriguing. I think this is nothing new, but... Yeah, this is the same. We'll skip that now. I'm doing great. My voice is not doing great. Okay, this is very interesting how it turned out. Well, you don't need to steal it, you just need to relay it. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important governmental communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraph used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in the presence of Ida stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of Ida stop. Well, your Ida would appreciate if you would keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her Idas more carefully. Yeah, no joke. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Right, unfounded, you say. They are not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Yeah, totally knew that, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks so genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basic of you, sir. A lesson here, Kurt? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a very short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. And when you listen to a sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. But where's the second disc? That's a question now. So your search is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Calm down, Naruto-kun. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting as persons in future. Well, yeah, I didn't study law, to be honest. Ugh, stop, nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if a government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something that I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this box to somehow apply back Morse code? Give it a try. Wait, but I'm missing the second disc. What I'm doing? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Now we're speaking Latin? It's already been established that to be Morse code 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Yeah. Now I have to do it again. Yes. Ah, so much time that I need to read again. Yes, let's show that. Da. There you are. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of a music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sound both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. My voice. As the Kurt has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor exhaust for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Well, of course. If my learned friend were able to present the Kurt with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, why, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the Kurt that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking the deal of disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, well, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of a pointless cross-examination. So 2 months ago in Red Omnibus, McGill kid with Brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people very remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How, indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. And in order to take it to the meeting with McGill and negotiate the deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An outbreaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. How they could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Right, we finally hear their side. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah, who else there? Still before though, he was just popping over for a nether after all them years. But Verona had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Wait. Nash, Ash, and who was the third guy again? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skalken. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Acquaintance. You're a sociable kind of baddie, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. What do you have to say, little guy? Is something wrong, Mr. Skalken? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skalken. What? Oh yeah, Ringo. So Ash, Nash, and Ringo. That's something. What? Whoopi? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old love together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whiz and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of the town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always come with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skalken's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this court. And neither does your fruit. Oh, Vegisa just asked us a question, didn't he? Gisa, I'm not that old. I'm a student. And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Council can return our attention back to the testimony, please. I don't know. Could that sentiment story be relevant somehow? Just add it. My lord? Yes, Council? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Council. I will permit the brothers to supplement the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Skalken's never Skalken. Right. Milverton and Skalken's milk run. Milverton. Ah, there you have it. Mason Milverton. His name. I found it. Finally. The piece of evidence I needed. Ow! I wonder if I can use the evidence immediately. Let's just try it. But if not, then we can just press the other stuff first. It was wrong. Hey. Let's continue for now. So, did you know nothing about this music box? Didn't know nothing, we still know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winniebank's pawnbroker, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winniebank's all along, weren't you? We were, Garth. We were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was the plan. There's sweat and bullets. And why was it Mr. Crane's plan to break into Windybanks at night? Did you not ask for a reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us before, anyway. Turned out it was a lot of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't the best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if we know the real reason, it doesn't sound like we're going to give it away. Tell me more. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we were youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Deliver fresh milk to the locusts, and that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly illegitimate. There must be a catch. He has no trust in them at all. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton Skarkins. Milkscrun, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clockster you would have worked that on out. That is this. Enough of this. How much longer are you expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these 2 witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at that mention of her name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yes, the old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? What? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Wait, Ash is the Milverton? Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Wait. The brick guy was his father? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these 2 thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those subpoena? Wait, I need to check it again. What did you write? Sub. Can I not? Subpoena, yes, subpoena. Subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Scarton's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Well, that was unexpected. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just a conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things well, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winniebank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. Gilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is to making us headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. Oh, could be those two brothers. Okay, it should be this one, I think. Now that I know that his name was Milverton, I can present the evidence that I wanted to present before. This one. Where we show that Mason's name, the brickmaker's name, was Milverton. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Oh, that's the expression I love to see on you. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Wait, what? Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Sam's alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to his subpoena was recalled. Grrr. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Yes, a direct hit. The new facts and the evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of his witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of his music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communication and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheming of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of a stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Winniebank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of Skaken brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never know nothing about that? Oh, wrong words. On the night that Mr. Winniebank was killed. Oh, so it's currently in his possession. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone. The music box. As the robber ingenuously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sure. Can I now check his arm? Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeves of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of a crime in Winniebank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Schaum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having pierced first piece the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, the old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. We're totally not on his side anymore. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was fooled to think I could trust some common-back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winniebank's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all, I admit to nothing more. Fleeing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGillet. He has still power to dance with that injury. As God is my witness, I'm sure I can recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms as we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skalkan brothers' gun and hit the pouch around Mr. Schaum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winniebank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on that arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us only to one conclusion. Mr. Winniebank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you! Huh? Who? Oh, it's him. Oh, he's laughing. You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. I did? What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact that naturally, I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have mine firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed that gun at the pro defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? And how did you get shot? That makes no sense at all! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. It really is a theater, isn't it? Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust that you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explained to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure. Right. While these ruffians were adjusting with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winnie Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man. Huh? In a black coat? But she wasn't wearing the black coat, was she? But we don't have a picture of that, do we? No, we don't. No. Oh, we can. Oh yeah, okay, she was wearing it. I didn't know. In a black coat shot the man in the black as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out of a peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Huh? Why would you take the gun and escape? That makes no sense at all. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Yes, it's pretty stupid. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. This guy is an idiot. He's a retard. Why would you lie like that? Order, order, order! There's no one on your side, seriously. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Mr. Gregson, you still continue to shield him. Even if it's from higher up, I'm disappointed in you. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was when... this is it. Huh? Having me shot in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. Why, this makes no fucking sense. Whatever. And as I said, she was shot in his blood. Right. You say this blood splat over the accused coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat of that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown into a harbor's vestige of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Is it? What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some... Wait, what? Yeah, it identifies human blood, but it doesn't identify whose blood it belongs to! So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into a world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed and recorded as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permissions. We could shatter all these vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they tested with their chemicals? Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. But that's not Mr. Winniebank's blood, that stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by the McGill who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Not when seeks. Make it so at once. Why do you make it complicated? With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. Sure. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Yes. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. I am legitimately screwed. Okay. Mr. Winniebanks emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo Nash was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, you're just regular mild men and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. You shot Mr. Sholmes! Tessa Barrow, carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? That he was near the entrance of a shop, Mr. Sholmes, Naruto. I don't think that's hard to understand. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for faded items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bro, but the old Jesus chucked me over a bloomin' counter. So I put my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper. A pair of you setting up upon the poor defense's pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gaff. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, well, I didn't immediately realize what happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter into the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at the arm, I saw it all was bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. But I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Well, you're severely underestimating a gunshot. Did Mr. Winniebang intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally anyway. It didn't quite strike home. When I put me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scarfed through the door at the back. At which point, what did you do? Why did you pursue him? That makes no sense. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him into the back of a shop. And what about this peephole on the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stowed wood. But there's a small opening in it about half-takes that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yeah, I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gav. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skakman brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebang take place. Inside the storm, I could see the broker. What? I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, well, neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then? What do you see next? The accused in blackout shot a man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. That would make no sense. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winniebang's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't a broker's gun that pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, a bullet from Winniebang's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skakman's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Sure. A broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Well, she had one, but not, one that can kill you. No other gun was found at the scene. You idiot, you already said that there's a third gun involved. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Right. A chilling image, I must say. Sure. All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment's sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Winniebang's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason's Milverton's blood from McGill that stabbed him 2 months ago. It's annoying. If we had only accepted Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Sure. Did I hear correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell on the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, The girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from a murder weapon. And without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of a crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We have made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling and Flutier told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes. I always paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Green, when you left the pawnbroking that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? What is happening? Gentlemen? What are you two doing? Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line, yeah. You realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skalkin? Blimey, this Steve's a bit of a hooligan, Andy. What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes did that? Did you mention the flirting when we got you down the station? And? Why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this tea gives me the willies. It was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and like no matter what I say to him. Yeah, he's normally also not like that. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Gregson! Uh-oh, we're dead. Why? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have a result of a test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Fantiques, I beg you, you're not letting them scot-free, are you? After all they did? Thank you, officer. Very well. Their cross-examination is temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. I totally have. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of a defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of stains, it would appear that they were a result of splattering following a gunshot. A gunshot wound wouldn't splatter that much. Out of report. Goodness. Does your arm not hurt? See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGill. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGill had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of a brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Well, not in this game. Maya can make them speak. Two months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGill's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, You brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Well, yeah, I made a mistake. Sorry about that. But that was... I caught belly disgrace. Treat you, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help but until that problem pop up. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Shaw's specially formulated chemicals. He's really angry about that. Mr. Shrubs is a detective, not a chemist. How do you put such a faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out a Pirosky starving boy and he ran away crying. Starving boy? Me? Well, he's right. What's do now? Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. What? How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimonies were whole true from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of a victim. The only way Mr. Grant could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Come on, Fancies, I had more trust in you. I'll destroy you. My lord? Not you too, I hate you. You're so incompetent. Seriously. Useless. How do you even get money to survive? Been a long bed of this one, but with all wars, there's something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, man, all for one now. Sir. I hate you guys. How can you trust this good for nothing? Seriously. Wouldn't you rather have him verdicted instead of a pickpocket? What a joke! Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. Well, let's do the third summation examination, just as I predicted. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness' testimony. Here's to any attempt you make... Sorry. You make at unpicking the jury's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naoto? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naoto, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know it was. Holmes! Am I going mad? How did you even do that? Not bad, my buddy. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? This is a good pose. See that, Grayton? You gotta learn from Sholmes. He got good poses, unlike you. Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? Well, last I heard you are recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be had I not been set upon a rant. What a rant? Ellie, it's really you! You awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, and my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Six? This trial has taken many hours of accursed time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be seemed churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Oh man, Gregson. I think in Iris' eyes he won't be standing so good anymore. Very well then, Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong! What? Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Howdy, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for praise by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender Furushiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? She left me food? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. What was her instruction? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Ah, I see. Most were her instruction when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato was saw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both divvies and underhand. And that you, Mr. Narrow-facting valley as you are, would find yourself in considerable peril. In the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Mr. Sato, whatever could it be? What the fuck is that? What is this? Oh! I thought it was a bento. Not whatever this is. It's a machine I made. Ah. One that makes cat holes? Okay. Okay. What am I supposed to do with this? What? What's Susie up to? I have no idea. Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a juridical assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? What? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of his contraption for a certain purpose. What is your answer, dear fellow? No, not at all cryptic then. Sato used his cat flapper-mat that night, but why? Okay, sure, she used it to make a hole somewhere. I just don't know where. Your 5 minutes, it's over. We're out of time already? Oh my god, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm grateful to your To you for reporting to us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruto? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Further cross-examination. Yes, I think we answered. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yep, it was only temporarily suspended. So nobody can say anything then. Runa asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is oblique to allow it. This is absurd. You're absurd. I trusted you. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entitled in its right to request the continuation of a cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel must choose but one statement from a witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall now move to adjudication. And is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. I thought he was close to collapsing. Are you okay? Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. That was dramatic. Mr. Sholmes! Wow, I'm amazed that he could keep up his act until the very end and then he just flopped down. Literally. To stand so so what the hell does this even mean? Insouciantly.
Insouciantly.
Insouciantly. Oh, I see. That's what it means. Not caring, basically. To stand so insouciantly before the curtain in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Probably both. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Absolutely not. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or else. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, we may resume the cross-examination. Now I have to save. 100% have to save. Pooh. Okay, first of all, we should check this new thing we got. Whew, those vicious teeth look like we could rip almost anything. Very good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy developed just for this job. The cut rotates with 10 times per second, so it can through any kind of flow in no time at all. And what are the two parts of the top here? Ah, those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match a machine of this power. Can mincemeat even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of a cat flopperman is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. My guy is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. Please don't. Is there anything else? I know that it does make doors and stuff. But that's all? I know it makes doors? Alright, so I know now it made the door. Great. No, don't tell me Susato-san was the one that made the door. That would be crazy. Okay. I think it's this one. The problem is, how do I work with this? Let's try it. Let's just try it. I think it's not correct, but we can try. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any doors you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without the owners having to open the main door. Okay. I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves. Oh. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole on any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, you arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, and the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention. But my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole on myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ridiculous. What are you trying to say? Of course it was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. What else could I have witnessed the crime? How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike a final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in the storeroom door until such time as she did. The door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in that door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene while being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skarken brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Well, except he didn't have a hole. Ha. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in that storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, at the time of the incident, the people did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have ever seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you still expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Wakey, Kui, time for dinner. He shut the door there! In the cook room! Are you serious? Is that allowed? Well, it's fine. She's cute. Let allow do that. Well... Young lady, this is the Old Bailey, and one doesn't make a cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people on the storeroom door at the Winnie Bank was made by a machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap on it creates are all fixed of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Winnie Banks are an exact match. Hehe, old Silky's lost for words. From sulky to silky, I see, so that's how it is. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Oh no. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer. I know that. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van-Seeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her narrative land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. Oh, there's a lot of proof, Van-Seeks, you idiot. Have you forgotten the camera in the shop? And have you forgotten it, Naruto-kun? And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Wait a second, I need to check something. Is that the only picture that shows the bang? Yeah, basically. Yeah, you can see that it's missing. Yeah. Pretty obvious even. Yeah. Continue, Fanzix. I have something against you, no worries. Indeed, that is so, Lord Fanzix. Well, Council? Don't give up, Naruna. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Sure. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Indeed she is. Very well. The Council for the Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Yeah, I know. It would be funny if it would be wrong. Well, Fanzix, what do you have to say now? What are you? A print from that detective's Inferno cameras again? Inferno? My judicial system is Susato Mikotoba is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I've never had any cause to doubt. But she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Council. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom store in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. That really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon? You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crimes as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Wow, that's a dramatic scream. Actually, let me go for another bathroom break. I'm sorry. I need to drink so much so I can keep up talking. But because I'm drinking so much, I need to go to the bathroom all the time. I hope it's okay. I'll be back in a minute. Whoop. No worries, it's been like 4 hours. Well, the stream is going on 7 hours already, do you know? I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I think it was more than a minute though. Even my drink is slowly emptying, but I think we're almost at the end, so half a drink should do. Half a drink should do. Ah, I forgot to check what it said! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Okay. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Close? You mean your 4 hours estimation? That's not the only thing we know. We now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. Yes, Bentig, that's currently very important to know. But more importantly, good lord, there's more blood than 6? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. Why, Bentig? Why do you have to make it so complicated? Oh, well, whatever. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please, you're not the victim. You're totally guilty for breaking in. I don't believe this, but we're right. It stands now. I don't have any definite proof that he's the culprit. So he can't worm his way out of now. Iris, you know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of his stories. That's possible. I can't believe she's better with her words than Sholps. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the Kurt, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental consistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the Kurt? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. When consistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statements, they show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Alright, West. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrande's coat. That's right, the victim's blood was all over when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it for real people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of a lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. Provocative. Okay. Provocative. Now I've had it. Right? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people on the storm door? What? Well, obviously I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Oh, that one is a good one, Judge. He really is the best. The people on the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Whitney Bank constantly carrying out the investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And wait, what? And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that it exists from the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. My goodness, my English. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Yeah, how on earth is that possible? I wonder too. Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Six? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Gregson, you gave him this information when you were talking, weren't you? I'm disappointed in you. Really. Even if there was important information that shouldn't be leaked out. To help this guy? How disappointing. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my young friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but if the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave us witness details of a crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh, Gregson. Wait, maybe him? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me? You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. But he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Yeah, basically. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be given away details of investigation to this fellow, eh? I was summoned by his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Oh god. I'm totally forgetting to even act anymore. Which means The first time is too late on enough after proceedings resume following the recess. Since when we have been at full, we understand where such innocent discussion couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When Roberta was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilder's music box from the scene of crime. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe-rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out. Why would I do something like that? I wouldn't be given away confidential details to the likes of this bloke. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, when it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The second disc, isn't it? I'm sure that I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, second deal at any kind of with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance? My goodness, what does it even mean? Okay, malfeasance. Oh, I see. Basically breaking the law.
Malfeasance.
Malfeasance. Sounds weird. Becoming clear. But jumping in with accusations was Nipponese students' specialty. Well, you're kinda right, but kinda wrong. I don't do that. But with stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges, and it's incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of its diabolic claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of a witness in return? The court must see proof of his alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? How does she know? How smart are you? Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Wow, that was a word pun, wasn't it? Joining all the dots. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness? Am I showing this disc now or the music box? I guess with disc will do. Wait. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? Discovered during the course of his trial, a music box deposited at Winnie Banks by Magnus McGilder. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that it encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilder's possession. Are the leaked classified secrets? So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of a disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of a case. You little... Order! On the day of incident, When we met you at Winniebank's, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is, but McGill down to the yard, thank you very much. Oh yeah, wait, I already read it sometimes in the past. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secret leaks from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of a crime scene to a witness? To aid in abet this man in giving a false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be true, and be true, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, when you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Hi. The defense demands that the inspector search at once. Definitely. We could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from a witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insults me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against the Scotland Yard here, and if following the search of the inspector personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court, so this trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious? Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook. You're just fretting, Bruno, because you're scared. Well, I'm scared too. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed his hand. Perhaps the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typically beneath stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to add. Very well then. Bailey, conduct a search of Inspector's personal effects, please. Oh, well, that was pathetic. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Oh, no, Inspector. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this all, yeah? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? This kid shouldn't have to put up with nonsense. You're being a complete irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, she's at it. Rudo's doing what you all taught him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect him and listen to what he has to say in a good faith. Because that's the British way. Whoa, she's more British than all of them here. And she's 10! Well said, young lady. Indeed, this Kurt is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next word. You what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in Kurt today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. I actually have no idea. He hasn't left, and since the deal, he hasn't left the room either. He is passed out. I thought one of the idiots had it. But I will try Ashley for now. It's not him. Mr. Ashley, great, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. It's not Ashley, you mean? Yeah, I thought so. Oh, contraire. Yeah, it's not him. Ah, reload the save. Yeah, I figured. So if we go by him trusting the people, wouldn't it rather be... I was thinking Sholmes, but does he really have it? Who did Gregson touch? He touched someone. As far as I'm concerned, he only touched his fish and chips, to be honest. Oh, you're right. I see. So it's really one of the brothers. When he was fighting him. Of my lord? Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skaken. Boy, I never. Eh? Me? Yep. Yes. Very well then, Bailey. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effect. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? And thus, Kurtram, only a prosecution and the defense have authority to object. But Lord Van Siegs, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of his trial. Byleaf, carry out the search. No, I out and moo, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no this. Right. Here, my lord, in the witness pockets. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGill. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yeah. Order! Order! Saskakan, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flame Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the desk. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The leech deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of a disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. When Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skarken by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, eat it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall and clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, he was. And what exactly happened to make the detectives attack you like that? I had got the clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me with like that and started shaking me. However, Blazer, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He had it right down me ear, or he did. Me dad's still problem now. The way the detectives behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If a detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were blah 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 blah. Hush, hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed and curd as evidence, it would be problematic. That's what sum up the situation, Inspector. I'm operating on direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in Kurt, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, this was mean. You only pretended to attack Mr. Skark in order to get close enough to him. Slip a second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? And now, Inspector Gregson and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Why? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed with this to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, but I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? Out of this just a young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit in making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of a jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as member of the public of this fine country, I would like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. What does that even mean? This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such an extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great and highly skilled operator stop. Currently in presence of idle stop. Oh god, she's still gone. Detective has very much trust and eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. Those 6 jurors are... We're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definite evidence right now and then, we're going to lose. If it's to prove that Graydon killed Mr. Winnibag, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admit that he struck a deal with witness. Alvin Counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, though. That is, unless you have something compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Well, I have one. I can play with this and see what happens. If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice, Van Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson? Graydon? Well, definitely not leave it to the fucking jury. They suck. Alright. I think it's Inspector Gregson if I want to present the music box. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah, what's that, man? Is it wrong? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with these witnesses here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this text to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Well, well, well. Let's do it then. Is that Mr. McGill's peculiar music box counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place already to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc counsel. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with his case. That's why. Well, then it's not a problem, right? Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete this message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state secret, you engage in unlawful dealings with a witness? You're mad. You let the secret information out of the public domain. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. All by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh hey, Zeeks. How you going? My lord, if you please. McCurt must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this quarter, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stands here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen to this music box is set in operation once more. Ooh, the music box looks really nice. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Who said that even? Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, put the blooming box up. Sure, I will do that. Inspector. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with a witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for his music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of a peephole on the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed our recess and we were stood here in the stand together. And that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You were a detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. You're with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Our information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So accept the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness' perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You're the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of a pub proprietor, Mr. Pop Winniebank. You. Yikes. Traitor! Oh no! Inspector! By leave! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. Did I win? Even if he was following orders, at some point he should have known. Or at least he should have done it differently. For example, if he was found guilty, then as a Scotland Yard he can just, you know, check his stuff and steal it. Well, not steal it, but take it as evidence or something. And secretly put it away. But he chose this path. I despised my life growing up, where slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Well, finally, you're being honest. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that scholar could imagine. When one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGill. You've been with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Oh yeah, I still have no idea how this accent sounds like. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGill would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry Communications Office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. The devil offerings is money, I guess? But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, while my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Miverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He had once been a music box maker apprentice. Imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Baba. I need some music box discs made. Music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There too, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this. Well, fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had them make the 2 discs. Whereby splitting the information in 2, we were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGill in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. Exchange them with McGill for 10 guineas. Then on resale of a second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the Omnis 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of a second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Gray, for why it must be on the Omnis 2 months ago. Your father, Mr. Milverton, was one dealing with Mr. McGill and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGill, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Oh, his father was a great man. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take a man from the guild. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGill really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of a man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGill brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Why did you even pour your glass, seriously? To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my deals with McGill by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGill himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have a picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters in my own hand, delivered the justice that monsters deserve. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGill's death that day was caused by this man. So that policeman who came to tell McGill he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGill uses wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in the testimony. So I gave him a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in the paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. So we now know the truth. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Well, that's pretty crazy, alright? A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it. For me, it was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGill. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGill. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 genies for you, young man. What's this? Winnie Bank's pawnbrokery? Aye, this is a pawnbrokery ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name, just hand one over the ticket and Tevafine the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Well, no kidding. Winnie Banks was surely very secure. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. But when we first met you at Winnie Banks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had the description of Mr. Stroud written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I can't talk anymore. I realized immediately that she was in our McGilded pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the work on the redemption deadline. And was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winnie Banks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the Stone government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started governing the fella's possession and examine whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the pawn shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching their counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Yep. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee, and I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door for refuge. Sorry, Telltale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winnie Banks on that wretched night. Wow. He became honest. And in the end, McGilded was basically the most guilty one. He made all the movements for all of this to happen. Basically. Yes, Iris, keep floating in the air. You're doing great. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. What you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Indeed it has. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson? What of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Winniebank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. And trust that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guarded up squadron standing by, sir. This is really hit now. The last push, the final call, this finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. But at least I was wrong about having to do this 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court. I'll be honest. At the end, they were completely useless. Wonderful. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Yes, you're off the hook, Gina. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Yes, it only took 8 hours. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top of for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. What? She said that? I didn't hear that. Also, I'm definitely not the best lawyer in the world. Seriously. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less. You gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winniebank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Eh? To be honest, I think Rionosuke over Phoenix. Really? They're both fine, I think. I'll be honest though, Phoenix as a rookie was way worse than Rionosuke. Phoenix needed like a lot of help from his senpai? Through Maya's, spiritual helping. In the later games he got more and more reliable, so I don't mind too much. Never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aww, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Janice this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together the music box contained a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. My prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. You're actually drinking for me? To demanding that government secrets to be disseminated before the entire courtroom? Please don't toast to that. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Grex to admit what he'd done, so... If I made something on that point, isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatic when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An awful level obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Ah, I have a feeling why. It's because the father made a false disc, didn't he? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Was this containing minister secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of a government communications. We know McGill conspired to check national secrets of our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most of the day in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The word ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change out yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mr. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Well, I really hope that. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winniebank, proprietor of pawnbroking business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade. Yay! Hooray! Woo! Why are you shooting too? Why do you have your gun? Oh well, whatever. It looks nice, I guess. That is all. Court is adjourned. Ah, finally. I'm free. Finally, what? No, wait. What? A one-on-one, huh? Hey, Francis. Anything you wanna add? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that English man, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Ship? No, I don't ship them. Whether we are from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock SWAT with you once again here in the courtroom. Why? You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh. I'm sorry. For you, I hoped you to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. Wait, does he know Kazuma? You mentioned something similar earlier today, but to portray at the hands of a Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. So you will not say it, huh? Alright. Then I'll wait for that day from us. Coming to be known as a Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from the service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. I can definitely say, though, that probably Kazuo would have, you know, got along better with Penziques than me. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh, Gina! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Why do I get with Tsun? You did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. Well, you're right about that. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, you see? Kept a promise, I mean, probably. That's awful. So I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. I can totally feel that, yes? Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. But betrayal left a big scar. Novo, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in Eugenia has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! What did I do? But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. You do? I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. It's really as you say, Kazuma. Out of this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. And am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who? Oh! Sholmes, you okay? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. Obesque. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see? Yes, I can see that. I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. You idiots! Stop escaping from the hospital arrest! Well, whatever. I happened to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of a doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of him known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of assent. How very above board? But enough of my adventures. Let us find victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? Oh, you've been having a snooze in your soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well. Never feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so hard about it? Well, naturally. It isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial was working on winds up dead anyways, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, and exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. Where is it? Reaper's a bit like him. Like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what the people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of a stick. There's some cops like that bog-trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGill of his word, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Right. This is totally not the befitting voice for her, to be honest. A trait in you which is to be admired, Mrs. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Are you okay, Holmes? You kinda jumped there. Honestly, I went to a manager's especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding with room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. I had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have a weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. He's being scolded by a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at him like I'm going nowhere for a while. You ought to judge better. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was what again? Breaking and entering, taking the burglary stuff, and what was in luck, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving isn't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, that's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Otto? Please don't just shorten my name to that thing. Oh no, but I was never a pickpocket. Wasn't I an art student or something? Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them. All of them look like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. Heh. Heh, heh, heh. What is it? Aww. Muffin. Miss Gina Lestrade. A prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Why? Well, that takes a long time, huh? Why? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... That's why you're shooting me? Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mrs. Straw. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's a good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well... Oh! Now that's genuine. Thanks, Otto. Oh! Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Wow, that's the first time I'm seeing her smile so happily. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Right. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Why are there bad news? Oh, not again. What do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. You useless tropes! And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there, please. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Wow. Same as here, huh? Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. That's a bad news, let's go! But... Wow, I can't believe that Jones was record there's only good news. There won't be a train, surely we couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. You just ordered a train? If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... A great detective does it again. Indeed he does. Oh, indeed he does. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, he must have quite a lot of money. I happen to be aware of a number of rare transport directors' foibles. Wait, what? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating the people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria! Right. You made it in time, huh? That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Why is she standing there? Like, because it's the only light around? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Let's sneak up on her. Stop! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Why did she want to throw a book into the ocean? Mr. Naruto? What are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Well, that's a good expression you got there. That's wonderful, really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. I was saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct to assuming? Wait, it's because of a peephole, Mr. Sato. I deliberately altered the scene of crime and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, well, by my voice. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introduction lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Oh, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. Well, sorry about that. It's always with me. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flopper mat, so I put it in my sleeve. How did it fit into your sleeve? What? Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes. Lift me, Mr. Naruto. Right. And then I went. After them. After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to my mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flopper to make a peephole in that door. As captured in a photographic print of a shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of first importance to that point. Precisely where the peephole was made, that information proved to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof it would have been amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, The sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Okay. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGill. Thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some weak criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of a crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would have never had done such a thing. You were worried that a true culprit would try to blame her for the crime? That's right, but when I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. How do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, the people would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Node was completely back into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. Well, unlike me. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole what? Escapade. Yeah, right. That was a word. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have known tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Sati decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mr. Stratt, I see. Miss Sosato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of a crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Greatness one of the one who lied in the witness stand using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people consistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you saved me too from my regrets. Nice smile you got there. Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Stratt freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box this can't... I'm dying! But the revelation that the music box this contained secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? I was the communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sound with this are just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. Don't tell me you also copied the second disc. So, Gi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Alice, what? Huh? What did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She described it on the fly. She really is a genius. Yeah, she is. Holy crap. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But what? She could interpret it? But whatever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is in English at least. It's a Japanese message, I see. Now it makes sense. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. With more than one Morse code, not just English variety, various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha panagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Horace, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sada, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. What? Because I'm quite sure Morse code would become more important for international communications. That's amazing. Then, might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Wow, we even got a twist at the end. That's so unexpected. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in this long sequence of supposed meaningless dots and dashes, it's made of color drained from Susata's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? First is Kei Asuki. Kazuma Asuki. Why? Why was his name on the disc? Second is Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. That's the English name. Wait, Gregson? Tobias Gregson? Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what is his name doing in a secret government communication as well? Please don't tell me Gregson is going to die. That's not a Death Note list, right? And the last name? What is that smiley face, Dino? What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Her last name is J. Wilson. It's a hit list. It's a total hit list. Gregson is in danger! No, wait. This makes no sense. Think about it for another second. We know that Kazuma and Watson were working together. So we could also make... so it would also make sense that Gregson, the inspector, the top of the yard, would also have something to do with them. So we're only missing one more person now. And 2 out of 4 died. Well, Watson's death makes sense. Kazuma's was purely coincidence. So basically, they were working on some project. Is what I assume for now. I don't think it's a hit list. After all, no one was after Kazuma. If so, then they would be after me too, or at least would try to. What? But... Shin. Sheen. No, I don't think we have encountered that. Watson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. When after the four names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of a message. Or rather the end of what you note down, Iris. That is all four? Sounds more like a hit list now. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from. Well, yeah, he's there, his buddy. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are 1,000 people with the surname Wilson. There just may be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Human University. We can't tell us about that now. We just can't. I have a feeling I will break her heart in the second game, but I hope it doesn't come to that. This is so strange. Someone solving the case of Mr. Winniebank's murder today. I feel like I've rowed back a boat at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave, but you shouldn't go wandering inside. Why? What why? Susato, go to your father. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Is this a confession? Mr. Naruto, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? Cooking something, I guess? Oh, about your manuscript? Oh yes, the haunt of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Right. Please don't give me a Susato throwdown. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Do you remember the first time we've met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that water, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. Oh, that's not the first time, then. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe... No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell, until then. Yeah, until then. Mr. Sato. Yay, animation scene. I think. It looks like one.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
They look so low quality. Suddenly.
不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする。
Oh, Waga has you too.
僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会った。
Will I? Well, if you say so, it must be true.
きっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう。でもどんな危機だって大逆転できる、そんな気がする。
Where did you take out that violin?
だって
Seriously, Sholmes? What the fuck?
世界最高の仲間がいるのだから。
Oh yeah, remember when you said that Ryunosuke is better than Phoenix? I just remembered that he also learned English and quite easily. If it would be Phoenix, he would be completely lost with foreign languages. Ah, yes, Mr. Naoto. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The rail company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? I'm being... again? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like you were a sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? See what? See that you're against me? I don't have the money to pay for all of this. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? Actually, I think Ryunosuke is an English major. Really? Okay. Still better than Phoenix. I think it was Phoenix who was an art major, wasn't he? Which was very funny indeed. He never even drew, I think. Yeah, something like that. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. I know just one he will use here. That's objection. Then, I really must say. And we've come to the end of the first game, or the first part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And next up would be the second. Oh, really, what a journey. Also, it was very, very, very long. The trial alone is 9 hours. Oh. Wait, this was... And I think the whole fifth case was probably, I don't know, 15 hours or something? Maybe 20? It was pretty long. Hooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss her Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Man, what a journey. Loose ends. I can guess what the second game will be about. Oh, Archie. Long time no see. Oh no, not Rosa again. Well, the second game, or the second part of his Chronicles, will very likely be about the project, or wherever the dream Kazuma wanted to fulfill. So, it can only be exciting, right? Oh, Hosonaga! We haven't seen each other in a while. Oh, Soseki. Wait, Waga has kittens? We should have read... Oh no, he can't read English. What am I saying? But the instructions clearly say that pets are not allowed on ship. No, so Natsume. Hosonaga. Right, no, not Natsume. Natsume's his name, that's fun. Scientific investigations, huh? I guess that will also be more relevant in the second game. We'll have more scientific stuff. Probably more that leans toward what we had used in the original trilogies or later games. Well, the old-fashioned way, at least. I do hope that the second games will only be the same length, you know? The same game length and not longer even. I think I don't have... I don't think I can do 9 hours in one session too often. Oh no, Dino, that face can only mean something bad. Rex. I guess he's the guy we need to ask about info in the future. But he's a Scotland Yard, he won't say anything. I don't want to see Gary Depp. Wait. Oh, she's in prison, huh? Wow, I'm amazed. He does his maid work himself. Well, it looks the same as always, so it's not very impressive, to be honest. Just don't try to do the trial all in one setting. Or an investigation for that matter. Yeah, I can see that it wasn't a good idea for when I look at today, but it was the last episode, so I figured why not. Oh no, those two. I don't want to see that. And why do you look like siblings? That makes it worse. Those shiny eyes. Stay away from me. You're still in prison? I see, so you're in prison for some time. Oh, she comes every day. It would be cool if Gina would help with scientific, you know, investigations in the future. But I'm not sure if she wants to do that, if she wants to help the slums out. Not sure what she would do there. Oh, hey, Graydon. I guess they will make a milk business in the future. Oh, he actually did propose. That's unexpected. I guess we are brothers in some kind of ways. Bros. Susato. Yes, please return for one day. One day, yeah. I wish. Life will treat you well. Well, I can tell you that the Naruhodo clan is totally cursed. We have super bad luck. Seriously. My mentor always dies. Like, at the second trial. Naruhodo's cousin? We have a well, that's natural to have a cousin, but we have a cousin? A good game indeed. What is this? It's funny how you can even see how they walk differently. Gavin didn't die until near the end of game though. Who's Gavin? Oh, Apollo Justice. Oh, I see. Yeah, Apollo Justice in itself was different from everything else, wasn't it? This lady is also annoying. Apollo Justice was so different. Yeah, it was his own thing, to be honest. That's why it's also called Apollo Justice. Really? That's what got you into Ace Attorney? That's interesting. Hosonoga, please don't die on me. We still need to see you in the second game, I think. That's the real end, well. I'm not sure what to say. I mean, I can't even ask for your impressions, Dino. You already played it. Even the second one. How do you feel? Well, I feel like even though it was pretty hard and there were some bigger cases overall, I feel like I've only scratched the surface of what will really happen later on. The only problem I have is that I'm not sure which cases kind of connect to the second game. Or maybe they don't. McGilded is definitely a name that will probably come again, considering how much treachery he did, how much crimes. Well, they all kind of do come back, you mean? All? Oh, I wish I would see, you know, the Russian kid again. I mean, she killed Kazuma, but she was cute. Also, I would love to see what Gina does in the future. I don't want to see those witnesses, though. Seriously, they're all incompetent. I don't want to see them. McGilded is smaller than Susato-san. And it all incorporates everything in the first game? Well, I'm excited, but at the same time, I will hate every witness I will meet there. Probably. Especially those brothers. And all the jurors. I don't think there was a single competent juror then there. You won't see the brothers. Oh, thank goodness. Oh yeah, maybe we will see him again, Natsume-san. He was emotional. Man, the difference hate is funny. Oh, Francisque, are you walking with us too? That would be weird. Wow, it's the same pose, I didn't notice. It's just that he's facing the front and they are just showing their back. Hey, Gina. What are you doing? Why are you preparing to load your gun? Am I getting shot from behind now? It was a good game. And seeing how everyone will come back in the second game, I'm pretty excited to try it. But even if the game was, you know, I think we were released separately. And even if it was just the first game, it would have been a nice end. Oh yeah, right. In the second game I will have even more. What was it? Something with spectacular. Where we're doing, yeah, spectacular deductions or something? Of Sholmes. Oh, that's a cool picture. Your hair, Naruhodo-kun. Your hair looks so terrible. Yeah, I think I would have been mad if I only played the first one and had to wait for the second one. Really? You would have been mad? I would have just been excited. But they do a good job of recapping it. And Apollo doesn't? Apollo doesn't... what? Doesn't... recap? Or what do you mean? Funny. Basically, I look a bit like Sholmes here. This looks so weird. Why? Whatever. Do what you want. Okay, I don't want to watch the rest because I'm worried about spoilers or something. But we are ended here. Are you sure you want to keep it that way? You mean the outfits? Does it matter? To be honest, I would leave Sato like this. Not this and this, I could leave it. Looks funny to me. This just looks a bit too creative to me. I'll have it as a surprise. Maybe I'll forget the next time I'm playing. Oh wait, why is there not an outfit for Iris? That's unfair. Well, no better. It's been 9 hours. 9 long hours, and we managed to finish the first part of a Grace Edge journey. So thank you for watching today as well. Good job, thank you. But I gotta go to sleep now, it's very late. I'm happy though, that I managed to finish the first part. And I'm excited to see what comes next. So thank you for watching, and we'll see each other again next time. See ya, bye bye, and have fun whatever you do now.